Hey, very good morning to all of you guys. Before I start, can I get a quick confirmation if I'm loud and clear to all of you?
Yes, you are audible, Shiva.
Let me share my screen. Okay, I hope you all can see my screen also. Perfect. So I can still see very less people are here. So 20. Can you just ping everyone to join in next 2 minutes? It's only 20 people yet. Meanwhile, people are joining. Let's have a quick review of all the things we have discussed till now. So yesterday we started with HBase. We saw some commands, how this NoSQL DB works across with that. Then we started with Apache Spark. We spent a good time in understanding a diagram in which we saw various things like how Apache Spark works, why it is faster, where we still should prefer the MapReduce programming. Secondly, we also noticed like what is the transformations and actions corresponding to it, and what is a lazy evaluation. So we noticed all these activities within that. Then further to that, we did some small practical sessions where we pulled up a file which was purplecow.txt, and we saw some transformation steps, transformation, and followed by some action, which was basically we were doing collect and count. So we have done only this much yesterday. So today's session, as we have planned, it is going to be little extended session because we have to perform all the activities of yesterday along with today. So one thing is your lab is already set up for you. Okay, basically they have fixed this issue, but at the same time, just for the extra safety, I have set up Apache Spark on my local system. Okay, so I may be sometime using my own systems as well, so that just for the safety purpose, if something goes wrong, I will do the same thing for Apache Kafka also, just to ensure that nothing like that happens. Okay, so that's
what was the issue, Shiva? Like, wasn't there enough resources for this the number of people we are trying to access it? What was the issue?
what I know is yesterday when they called me up, they asked me whether they can restart the whole cluster. And I think that is what they have done. And after that, it looks like the issue got resolved. I don't know what's further to do because that's a separate company. I have sort of no relation. I was just helping them out with error messages
Right.
and what sort of issues were there. Yeah. So since it's kind of a just kind of a contract given to them. That's it. Okay. So let's come back. Let me show you how you can do all this in your local lab as well. Let me make this little bigger. Okay. Let me say, and you can see here that I have this purplecow.txt file being present into some folder. So what I'm going to do here, let me just say spark-shell. Let me just show you that how Spark smartly can pick up the data from a local file system also. So what it do is it kind of search that whether you have HDFS being set up. If yes, then it will go and search in HDFS. But in case if HDFS is not set up, then it will go ahead and search it from the local file system itself. Let me just show you right away. So what we are going to do here, we can say val, let's say num, this is going to be my RDD, is equal to sc.text file. And this purplecow.txt file, I have kept it in my local file system itself. So I will just execute it here itself. You can see it is creating an RDD of string data type. And now I will be saying num.collect. And you can see here, it is going to return me all the data being present here, right? If I don't want all the 4 records, but instead I want just 2 records, I could just say take 2. And you can see I'm only getting 2 lines right now. Similar way, we have also seen yesterday that if I want to just quickly count how many lines are present inside it, we can do a 4 within that. Then we also noticed and spended some time to understand how you can do some your map operations, your filter operations. So for example, I showed you that if I want to create an upper identity and I want to say num.map and I want to take any variable name, so let's say Arun, arrow Arun. Now what I want to do here is I want to convert it to uppercase. So as soon as I will do this, and basically what it's going to do for me, it will create an upper RDD, and you can see here it will be converting everything to my uppercase, right? And we also saw how we can perform chaining on this part. In fact, one more thing was there where we also saw, like if I have to create, let's say RDD, and if I have to say upper dot, if I just start with the map itself, let's say, because this example I couldn't run and show it to you yesterday. Again, let's say I want to say Arun dot, then we can say starts with, let's say capital I. So this is going to now go ahead and give me an RDD. One second, there's a mistake here. Okay, now I can say filter dot collect, and again you can see I'm getting true, true, false, true, right? And that's where I told you that if you want the corresponding outputs for them, then you have to use filter here. Instead of map, use filter. And I also explain you that in case if you want to chain it, you can do that. I'm not doing it now because we have already done this exercise yesterday. But if you say filter dot to debug string, so this is going to return me all the lineage component for that. Okay. This is case sensitive, so I have to keep this in mind. So this is all we have already discussed. Now let me show you some more smart things which we'll be performing today. First of all, any questions till this step from anyone? Anyone have any question on this? No? Okay, perfect. So now, since we have understood all these commands, now what we are going to do is, I want to show you a shortcut, what we can also apply here. So every time when you are hitting this, you have to say a variable name, arrow, variable name, which is like a tedious task, right? Every time I have to write down all this. So in order to handle this, Kela have a shortcut, which is like using, instead of this, just use an underscore. So what this is going to do for you, this is going to become like a shortcut. It will automatically replace it with a variable name, arrow, variable name for you, and it will do exactly the same work. Now, if you again do, let's say filter dot collect, you will notice that it will still work. No problem with this. This is quite a useful shortcut when you're working with these sort of RDDs. Though you can apply the shortcut almost everywhere, but there is a second type of RDD which I'm going to talk about very soon, which is called as pair RDD, which is we define it as key value pair. Try to avoid there because it creates sometimes confusions. But I will still show you how you can have that shortcut there as well. Okay. But just a suggestion, try to avoid it. That's something you should keep in mind. Any question on this part as well? Okay. Now, one more thing is when you are working with respect to basically on your Apache Spark, one thing which also happens is it tries to create a pipeline. What do you mean by pipeline here? So what happens internally is, let's say you have this file, which is you're seeing that I have never seen a purple cow. I never hope to see one, but I can tell you anyhow, I would rather than to be the one, right? And first step, what you did was you said sc.text file, text file. I'm not writing the full statement. You were giving some file name to it. Then this you were storing it somewhere, let's say in my data. Then in the next statement, what you were doing was you were just saying this my data dot map, and you were converting it to uppercase, right? So I'm just writing upper. We were converting it to uppercase. This, let's say, became upper RDD. Then the third one, where I was doing the filter, what I was doing, I was taking this upper RDD, and then I was basically doing a filter transformation here and doing some starts with capital N. And in the end, what I was doing was I was taking this filter RDD dot, let's say, take two. Now let me tell you what happens at the back. Okay, what do you mean by pipelining here? Whenever possible, there's a configuration for it actually to enable this pipeline or disable it. But whenever possible, what Spark do is internally it do not try to take the whole data altogether. Instead, this is one of the optimizations that they do when it sees that you are only trying to retrieve a minimal amount of data, not all the data. So what it will do, let's say you have this whole data was hello world, we are learning, we are doing good. Let's say these three lines I have. Okay, let's say this is my data. Now in this case, what it will do, it will look for, let's say it will just take up the first line, only the first line. So it will say, hey, let me take up this. Okay, this it will pulls up, it will convert it to uppercase. So you will get hello world. And after that, what it will do, it will go ahead and see filter one. So it will say, okay, is it starting with, let's say I'm looking for capital W. So it will say, are you starting with capital W? It will say no, it will refuse it. Right? Maybe I have one more line after this. We are good. Let's say something like that. Now it will go to the second line. Now here it will do first of all the uppercase. Once it will complete the uppercase, then once it's completed, it will say that, are you starting with capital W? It will say yes. Once it's done, it will return it to the output. It will go to the third line and it will be again doing the same step, converting to uppercase, again looking whether you're starting with capital W. It will say yes, return the output. Now what happened? We already got the result what we want. So it will not go to the fourth line or further lines after that at all. So it will not even touch base the further lines to this. That's something which happens as an optimizations internally. And this concept is called as pipeline. Okay, clear everyone? There is one more optimization on this. I will just very soon come to that. That starts because of lazy evaluation. But this is called as a pipelining optimization. Everyone clear on this part? What is pipelining optimization? Perfect. Now, I already explained you that right now, till now, what we were doing, we were saying, hey, my RDD, I was saying dot map, and I was writing some anonymous code here. Instead of that, I could have written even a scalar function also here. Let's say I'm going to say, hey, two upper function. Okay, then maybe after that, I can say take two. Now, what is this two upper function? I could have said that we have already seen how to write a function in scalar. So we can say def two upper. My input is, let's say, of string type. My output is also going to be of string type. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say whatever input I'm giving S to uppercase and close it, right? So in this case, I just showed a very simple example here, just to kind of give you an idea how this looks like. So if you, in this case, if you see, I have defined my function to upper separately, and this function, I'm just calling it here, and it's working the same thing for me. So if it's a small function, anyway, the anonymous functions work great in those cases. But in case if it's a bigger something computation required, it's always good to kind of take a call with this. Okay, so that's something you have to keep in mind when working across with this. Now, any questions again till here? I know this is pretty simple. We have already seen that, just that I'm showing you in the form of some demo format at the moment. Okay, now, one more thing. So basically one more optimizations, what happens in Apache Spark. This is going to be sort of a critical. So I need all of your attention right now. There is an optimization which happens within internally to Apache Spark. So what basically is going to be the case that when you are executing all your query, because of your lazy evaluation, it knows that what are the things you are going to perform. So it will create initially a logical plan. So when you create a lineage, that is just like your logical plan. It just says that, okay, these are the steps I have to perform. These are the things which I have to need to do, and so on, right? These are step-by-step sequence format. From this logical plan, there is an optimized logical plan also we create. But after that, we create a physical plan. What is this plan? In fact, we create multiple physical plan, and then we choose an optimal physical plan out of it. So physical plan is nothing but what is the steps I need to perform. Let me give you an example. Let's say you have a code where, let's say you are doing, maybe there are two RDDs or something, and then you can do a join out of them. Let's say you're doing a join on them. After you are doing a join, so first step was join, then second step was you started doing a filter step. Filtering means maybe you're removing some rows where your age is greater than 30 and so on. And then you're returning some results. Okay, we are doing something like that. Now, how the physical plan will look like, sorry, logical plan will look like. Logical plan will say that, okay, I have a table T1, T2, I will have a join operation followed by a filter operation. But think about it. Join operation is always an expensive operation, number one. You are sort of shuffling your data around into multiple machines. Now, instead of that, the best way should have been, what about if I do a filter first? I do a filter first. I remove the unnecessary records. Then my data size will reduce. And once my data size will reduce, then I perform the join on it. Don't you think this will make more sense?
Yes, sure.
So this is what the optimization looks like. Not only this, I can give you one more example to it. Maybe after you did filtering, maybe you said that your RDD have, let's say, 5 elements, but you're saying that, hey, I only want maybe the second element and the third element, second element and the third element. Maybe your join is also on the second or third element only. Based on that, you're applying some logic. So in that case, what it will also do is, like before even it do filtering, it will say that, hey, let me just first create an RDD with only second element and third element. Okay. I don't want all the elements to it, because anyway, if I'm doing that, I'm unnecessarily increasing the size of my data, and which I'm transferring across the network also. So maybe I have like 100 elements in that RDD altogether earlier, but out of that 100 elements, only second and third was matter to me. So I just took out those two, and then I did a filter, and then basically I perform a join on top of it. So this is again an optimization. So how this was made possible? Because the lineage was known to it beforehand. It know Spark knows beforehand that what are the steps it have to perform in the transformation. It knows what is the action you are looking for. Since it knows it, and at the time of action only you are doing all these statements, that's the reason this optimization was made possible. So this is the internal optimization where basically Apache Spark is really good at. In fact, when I will go to Spark SQL, then I will even expand on top of the same thing which I just explained here, and will show you that how this become even better there, because you can use schema and all that. So it will become even better, this optimization part. But still you should be aware of what are the activities it performs around it. Any questions again on this? No. Perfect. Now, look at this one. So here, what I'm doing is, this is a Python code. You can create a Scala code, since you know now Scala as well. I am creating a list in Python here. And what I'm doing is I'm saying sc.parallelize. Okay. So what is this? Till now, we have only understood sc.text file. Now, what was happening with text file command? With the text file command, I was able to go ahead and read the file which is present in your disk. But what if I have some data maybe coming from a data structure like list, tuple? We have learned all that in Scala as well. So in that case, can you create an RDD out of them? Yes, we can do that. So how you can do that? You will say sc.parallelize. And here you will be defining your list name or tuple name, whatever you want to place up. It will create an RDD for you and you can see the results. Okay. Can you go ahead and create a quick list in your scalar now? We have already seen that yesterday, how to create that. And after that, create an RDD using the parallelized option and give me the output. Once you're done, send me a code. You can create a tuple also if you want. काम कैसे करता है? Same issue with the lab, then go ahead and start using your Cloudera function. I will anyway inform them up, but you can go ahead and use that. Don't rely on that. That's the reason today I also came little prepared. Who else is facing the same issue along with Manju? Is it the connection issue, guys? Okay, send me a code once you're done. This should be simple. So today we will be doing various case studies in the class as well. So right now, whatever commands you are doing, just keep in mind because you will be almost using all these commands then. Meanwhile, you guys are doing this. Let me upload some data sets for you guys.
Shivank, I ran the take command and it shows stage :0 and then 0 plus 0 by 2 something, and then it throws some.
You got muted suddenly.
One.
Sure.
Yeah, I ran the take command, and after that it shows stage colon 0, then arrow, and then 0 plus 0 divided by 1, something like that. And then it shows a warning. After the warning, it goes back to the same thing, the stage 0 thing.
That means it's running. Are you running on lab?
Yes.
Okay. So basically it's stuck. The same thing which happened yesterday. So
Okay, I'll close it. I have the VM open as well. I'll run it from there.
yeah, run it on your VM. Manohar, are you talking about the cloud? Guys, don't do this on lab cloud at all. I don't trust this lab anymore. Okay, let me meanwhile quickly upload this for you guys. Just allow me a minute. Guys, send me the code if you're done. Meanwhile, I have uploaded a lot of data for you in the same Google Drive, which we will be using for a very small case study to start with, which I will be telling you. And then further to that, you guys will be, one second. Yeah, it's getting loaded up. You can also do this exercise if you wish to, even in your PySpark. That's completely fine. You choose the language of your wish and go ahead with it. Okay, Gaush, have done. You have done it in Python itself, Gaush? Okay. So have you done it in Python because of the comfort or because you are finding that?
Because of the conflict.
Okay, Aditi have. You have written only this much code, Aditi, or have you also done the parallelize after it?
Yeah, I've done it. I'm pasting it. This one just got sent because I hit enter to go to next line.
Okay, guys, last 2 minutes. Complete this. Then I will give you a data set to start working on. Last 1 minute. If you face any difficulty, you can also look at the chat box. Now the code is available there by some students who have done it correctly, even in Python as well as in Scala. So in case if you are struggling with anything, you can at least refer to that syntax quickly.
Can't we use the Jupyter file in the cloud?
Uh, your audio is very low today, Gaush.
There is an issue with my network.
I can't still hear you. Okay, just see if your audio, because I can't make out anything what you're saying.
So I want to ask a question to the guys who are using it on VirtualBox. The credentials, like for Hue login, the credentials are those, right? TLD big data 0 something something.
Yes, Karthik.
But this is showing me invalid username and password again and again. I'm copy pasting all those um, credentials from there, but it's still showing invalid.
Use Cloudera, Cloudera.
Sorry, can you repeat?
You can use Cloudera and Cloudera.
Username Cloudera, password Cloudera.
You able to log in now, Karthik?
Just wait a second.
But you don't need you for this exercise. Yeah, but for
Yeah,
further,
I mean, yeah, for creation of files and those things, I need, right?
okay. So guys, now I'm sending you one link. Again, this is your same Google Drive, which I've given you last time. Can you go there? You can download all the data sets, which is there. There is a folder called as weblogs. This is a little bigger data set. We are going to use it for our first case study. Download that and keep it into some SDFS location or wherever you wish to. Okay. Can you all quickly do that? That's the first thing you all have to do. Upload it to your queue environment or wherever you wish to. Let me also bring up at my end. here.
Hello, Shiva. I'm audible now.
Hey, you're audible.
What I was telling is there is a Jupyter notebook in the cloud, right? So there we can create the Spark context and write the PySpark code because the HDFS will be there itself. So we can use that, right?
Uh, Again, your audio was not very clear to me. Can you say again? You said that something related to Jupyter Notebook.
Yes, actually, in the cloud that we have provided, so there we
Uh-huh.
can open the Jupyter notebook and we can open the Spark context there.
Uh-huh.
So from there itself, like it is connected to HDFS, right? Whatever stored the files we have stored in the cloud. So there itself we can access it. So if you're using local Cloudera means again from local system too, we have to put that into a VM. From VM, we have to put that into HDFS, and from HDFS, we have to access it, right?
Yeah, that should be still okay, right? You can do that. You can just have it open. Even your internet will work on your VM itself. So if you want, what you could also do is you can basically put all these things inside your VM itself. Means download it inside the VM itself, and from there itself you can just upload it to your SDFS. Because what will happen even if you will open that Jupyter, right? If the server of Apache Spark itself is not working on cloud, then it will not work on your Jupyter notebook also. So what is happening is it's working for few candidates, just not working for every candidate. That's a challenge.
Okay.
So today class, I want to keep it independent of cloud because yesterday we have already wasted a lot of time into this. So let's not even talk about it. Whoever can do this, feel free to do that in cloud. I'm okay with it. But in case if you cannot do it, then better to follow the things which I'm telling you here. Okay, have everybody uploaded weblogs? Okay, just take another 2-3 more minutes. Quickly, you have to upload weblogs. That's the main thing. Okay. Once you're done, let me know, guys. I'm just doing some small experiment at my end. Everybody have done it? Okay, so do one thing. If you're done, the first thing which I want all of you to do is, you can see here how I have loaded this data into my directory. Then I will explain you about this data set. But can you also do the same way? Just quickly load this data into your Spark memory. You might have put it inside your SDFS. I'm doing it in my local environment, which is also fine. So you can see it is going to have, I think there are some 182 files. But if you do this pattern like extract, it means load the data from all the files. Okay, just do that and let me know. Then I will explain you the problem statement, what we are going to solve. Okay, Aditi is done. So Aditi, you were able to load the data and see the take two, right?
Yes, Shivank.
Okay. Rest of you quickly do that. If anyone facing any problem in downloading or uploading or any issue, just let me know immediately. I can help you with that. Though it's a straightforward upload, just go from your hue, click on that upload, select all the files, it will all get uploaded for you. And also you can, I have also put four more files. You can also upload them into your SDFS now itself, though it will be used later, but better to have it. Okay, I'm assuming now everybody have done it. If anyone have not done it, let me know right away. Okay, let me explain you the data. Look at this data first. So this is actually a very old problem, though the problem was huge in its own way, but I just pulled up a small section of it. Uh, so remember the old times when this in telecommunication domain, we used to have something like these people used to come and say that, hey, we have these SMS packs. Remember those days? We used to get SMS packs like you get SMS like, hey, take the pack of 20 rupees, you will get 1,000 SMS. Or maybe this SMS pack is for the late night, or this is an MMS pack. Right now we have WhatsApp and all that, but earlier days we do not have those WhatsApp and all. So no, earlier we used to send all this through message itself, and we used to call it as MMS packs, right? So that is the kind of data what they have. Now, whenever you perform any activity in a telecom domain, what happens is that you basically will be having every activity being recorded with them, which means that they generate logs for it. Now, I just gave you a very small section of the logs just to show you how it looks like, but there were a lot many logs given by them. It was almost like multiple terabytes of data, what was being present as a log data itself. Now, the question was, there were multiple questions actually. I will start with a very basic one. I will give you step by step some problems. Some problem you will be solving, some problem I will be helping you to solve. Now, as a first thing, the problem statement which came up here was that they were interested, they have given us this log and said that, hey, if you look at this data, we have the first one like an IP address. So like when you send something from your mobile is identified, or a device, whatever you're using is identified by a unique address. So that's an IP address you can think of. Then after that, you can see a customer ID, which is like 69827 and so on. These are like customer IDs. They give some internal IDs. Actually, I've changed it. This was a phone number earlier. This was like a phone number. Then you can see there are some details like this message is being sent on this date across and so on. And basically, they have all this data around with this log file. Now the challenge was they wanted to do some marketing campaign. Now when they have to do a marketing campaign, it's not like they can send a message to everyone. Like when you get the message, right, that okay, buy this SMS pack of 10 rupees, you will get this SMS free. It does not mandatorily going to everyone. What they do is they send us smart messages. They only they identify a set of people who can probably buy those packages. So otherwise, even that network belongs to them, but still it costs them. And since there is a costing involved, they want to be on the safer side. They want to go on a cheaper way. Now, how they will take that cost? For that, they have to start with some marketing research. So let's say they wanted to create a pack which is related to MMS pack. They wanted to basically get some files related to, let's say, images. Maybe it could have been even some more. Maybe they wanted to see some people maybe sending, let's say, a CSS file also, something like that. Whatever, right? So there will be different formats. They wanted to send, let's say, image data. Now, what they wanted to find out was that at the first step, that given this log data what we have, I want to identify that how many number of people right now are sending the images data. So let's say this belongs to 1 month, though it is not for 1 month. Actually, it's not even for 1 day data. It's a very small data I gave you, but let's say it belongs to 1 month. So let's say in the last 1 month, they want to dig down that how many people are sending the images, which they wanted to yet, let's say, utilize later. How you will go about it? What would be your step to go about it? Okay, so that's your first question. There will be a lot many gonna come. In fact, this case study will most likely go till your last part. Like it will easily go, I think, till 1 p.m. So let's start with it one by one. In fact, we will be learning a lot of new concepts using the same case study. Okay. Now to start with, tell me about this first component, that how you will be determining if the client came up to you, he gave you this data set, and he said that, hey, I'm interested to find out that how many people are sending images file for me. So what would be your response? How you will go about it? And I already told you it's a terabytes, multiple terabytes of data. Okay, text terabytes is huge. So that's the reason, let's say we adopted Apache Spark, but now how to get to a solution for it? Look at your own data set. Okay, you have the log files with you. I know in this screen it will be small size. Look at your own data set. Try to see and try to understand. Let's say if the uh, if basically we have this sort of connections being given, means the client have given you only this much information. How you will go about it? Because when the client reaches out to us, they also give something similar information. They don't give a lot of info. So can you tell me how you will dig down further? Or maybe if you have any questions, what you will ask. You already have created an RDD. How you will proceed with this? Maybe write code if you wish to. If you want to think ahead, think a little bit. I'm giving you another 5 to 10 minutes for it. Uh, if you are writing a code, send me the code. If you have logic to discuss, discuss with me. That what would be your proceeding logic in this case? Okay, I'm bringing this back here because you should look at your own screen now to see this. This is a very small screen anyway for you. And take your time. There's no hurry in this, but ensure that you understand the problems, because in Apache Spark, these kind of problems will fall up to you. This is semi-structured data. This is not a structured data now.
Shiva, can you drop the Scala learning files also in this Google Drive?
Which scale of file?
4 files we're gonna send yesterday.
Okay,
Scala
yeah, I will do that. Yeah. Maybe after the class or during the break time itself, I will upload it. For now, can you give me a solution for it? In fact, let me do it right away. Meanwhile, you guys are thinking. So inside the Spark folder itself, I have uploaded all the 4 files also.
So Shivank, our problem statement is to find out how many image files are being sent, right?
Yeah. So basically, we want to know that how many customers are using this facility of sending the MMS data. To start with, I made it very simple. It could have been even MP4 or that also, that's fine. But to start it, I just added a simple component here.
Shiva,
Mhm.
Go ahead.
yes, so we can probably, have it in the array and then filter it using JPG or whatever image extensions will be there.
Okay, so when you say you will filter it, you are going in the right direction. I'm happy to hear that. But how you will filter it now? Can you think of some points around it?
Shivank,
Filter
actually,
using the filter iterator. Yeah, sorry,
Using
Gauss.
Yeah, using the filter iterator is also fine, which is okay. But what will be your anonymous function which you will write inside it? Can you think about that? Meanwhile, Gaush, you can answer.
actually, I'm telling like first we have to crawl that path, and from there we have to you know find all the .log files,
Mhm.
and from that log files we have to create RDDs, and like not we have to create an data frames which we can extract the IP address, extract the posts, extract the size, extract the URLs, and extract the dot if and also the URLs. In that URLs, if you find dot JPG or dot images, that we can take it as an it is an image.
Okay, so Gaush, right now you're thinking in the right direction, but right now let's say we have not yet moved towards data frame concepts at all. We are just thinking in terms of RDDs. So it will be still like schemaless right now if you think about it. So in that case, how we will go about it? Aditi, I've given a perfect response. This is what exactly I was looking for. So in this case, since Aditi have already given the answer, let me sort of explain you all of you now. Guys, I need your attention now on this part. Whenever a client reaches out to you on such sort of demand that I need this or that, you have to really ask the first level questions to them that what exactly you are looking for. Mean when you say multimedia files or when you say images, images could also be of different category. I could have .jpg, I could have .png. What are the file formats you are supporting for it? Are you also going to support MP4? Are you also going to support something else around it? So what all file formats you're supporting will be your first questions for that. And based on that, you will be taking another steps that, okay, what I need. So what I should do in this case, the first step is I've just created this log, but definitely now I need basically only the JPG format because for now I'm only interested, let's say in JPG. Let's say the client told me that I'm only interested in, I have only the JPG part. Now I will say log dot filter. And inside this filter, I can just say, I'm just using the shortcut right now, contains, and I will just say .jpg. That's it. This is going to help me now to have all the files data which have only JPG present inside it, .jpg in fact extension. Now, when I will do a count of this RDD of JPG, then I will be able to get the output that yes, these are the one which basically I'm needing. So for example, now I can say JPG dot count and you can see this output. It have some 64,978 records which have this. Okay, I'm tweaking your questions a little bit more. Now what I'm saying is that let's say the client told you that when I say that I'm interested in multimedia logs, let's say my file extensions supported are required to be .jpg and basically this and CSS. Okay, CSS. Let's say CSS is also a part of multimedia files. Now, how you will tweak the statements to have this? Now, can you do this at your own end? So multimedia files have two things. One is let's say PNG and second is CSS. Go ahead and update your code. So you should definitely get more than 64,978 now.
Sorry, can you repeat?
So first of all, this portion is clear, Ram, to you that how we get to this stage, how we got 64,978.
Yes, yes.
My question was, I have already shown you the first part of the solution, but now what I'm interested in, let's say the client said that, hey, when I say multimedia file support, I mean .jpg files and .css. So these two file formats means my multimedia files. Definitely when the client reaches out to us, it was even .mp4 and all that, but those files are not available in this right now. So for now, let's assume multimedia means .jpg and .css. So now change your code to kind of support this.
Okay.
We can write one more filter with the CSS and add the count.
Okay.
Do you think that Shivang, we can have it as a list. We can have whatever we want to select as a list and run contains on that list.
Okay, you're close, but
Shivang, can we add one? Hello. Can we add one more parameter in the contents?
One more parameter in contents. That is what I was exactly looking for from you, but you came close to that now. So this is what exactly I want. I don't want to create two different RDTs out of it. I don't want to convert them to list like that. I can tweak my same code in contains itself, or maybe by using some operator, so that in the same JPG RDD, I have both the things coming up. And guys, feel free to use Google if you feel so, if you feel the need of basically getting that.
Are you using in operator?
Are we using?
In operator in.
No, in is not required. Though you can use it, but it's not required here for sure.
Okay.
With contains itself, it will work. Maybe think about OR operator. Don't you think that OR operator could help? JPG or CSS, filter with that. Now can you write the code and see whether how you will make it work? And I want to just quickly confirm all of you are able to do the labs today, right? Is there anyone who is not able to do it? Because today the whole class will be labs.
I'm still setting up the environment. It's not up and running for me. It is too slow. I don't know VM.
Oh, VM is slow?
It is getting freeze. Huh?
Okay, which system you are using? Are you using Mac?
No, I'm using Dell i5, 16 GB RAM.
No, I'm talking about operating system. Is it
Operating
a Windows?
system Windows.
So Shivang, even I am facing same issue. I was
Okay.
thinking that it could be network problem at my end, but looks like something very generic. So till now, I was just able to download that file weblogs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shivang, same here. I mean, this virtual box is taking, I think, I'm using my personal system, so it is, and the whole system is getting very slow. Even my simple browser is getting, stuck. Something like
And
that.
what's the RAM size for you guys?
I have 8 GB.
8 GB. What about others?
It is 16 GB for me.
16 GB. I think for 16 GB people it will work really like makhan sort of thing. But for 8 GB it will be a little slow. I understand that. So in case if you find difficult.
Shivang, quick question. I just got the file downloaded, the zip file downloaded. How do I pass the location? It is by default going to 8020 port. So the zip file currently lies in my downloaded folder, downloads folder, home Cloudera downloads. right?
Cloudera / download. You have to unzip it, number one. Then after that, you have to create a folder from your queue. From there, you have to upload all these files. If you're not able to upload all, at least upload few of them.
One by one.
No, you can do a control A.
Okay.
It will hardly take 30 seconds to upload.
So I did it for one sample file, but it lies in my directory user/Cloudera. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
From there, how do I pass this location? Do I have to do HDFS colon or?
Yeah, simple thing, na? Simple say sc.text file. Then inside that, just say in this double inverted comma /user/cloudera/ whatever your file name is.
So it throws an error input pattern HDFS colon quick start Cloudera 8020 user Cloudera. The file name matches 0 files.
The reason you might be getting that is because you have placed it into a folder which have lot many other folders also, right? So do one thing, create a folder. So let's say your folder is going to be like this, right? You will be having /user/Cloudera.
Yeah.
Can you create maybe a folder name, let's say Surbi, and inside Surbi folder, can you place all these files?
Okay.
Okay, so that you don't have anything else. Right now, what is happening? You placed it here. So let's say this is .txt, and after that, there is another folder here, maybe Surbi one, right? So now when you will give a regular pattern, this is a directory, so it will get confused that what to load. So better to create a folder and place only these files in it.
Okay. And when I try to call it from this Scala command, I should use what path?
Then say sc.text file. Okay, give this whole path here /user/cloudera/survey/sc.
Okay. Okay. I have tried it, but let me try once again with this new folder.
It will definitely work. It is, if it's present inside your SDFS, it will definitely work. Even you can see I have also used extract.
Okay. By the way, there is an option to upload the zip file also directly in Hue.
Okay, I have not used it. I generally load because you can do a control A and load everything together.
Okay. Okay. Let me try.
Yeah, that's the reason you don't need to. And this lab problem is coming to everyone or only for few people? If the lab problem is only for few people, then for whoever it's working, just go ahead and use lab itself. If you have 8 GB RAM. In case if you have 16 GB RAM, then just enjoy your Cloudera in your local system itself. And if it takes little more time for you to download or something, just keep me updated. I'm pretty much okay if you take another 2-3 extra minutes to do something, which is completely fine. Today we have anyway some extra time as well. So there's nothing to worry about on the time component. Just let me know. I will wait for you in that case to complete.
Shivang, I have a dual boot machine. So how difficult would it be to have the Cloudera not on the VM directly on my
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. So I have a dual boot machine, okay, Windows and Ubuntu. So I'm asking how difficult would it be to, install Cloudera on my Ubuntu without the VM?
It's actually pretty simple, but it will still take some time. Like I have also installed, you can see that this is what I'm running is on my local system. But it
Yes.
will take still some time because you need to set up some environmental variables and all that. So I would not recommend it to do it now itself. Right now, just manage it with your Cloudera VMs or from your lab. But for tomorrow, I can tell you that what you can do.
Okay, all right. So if you have a documentation or something, if you could send, we could, try to install and see, and then come back to you and ask if there are any errors.
Sure. I don't have any documentation as such. I myself just installed. If you were using Mac, it's very simple. You have to just use the brew command and done. But unfortunately, nobody here is using Mac. If you use Mac, I can just tell you in 5 minutes, all of you would have set up your systems.
Okay. Please, Shivam, don't make us feel bad.
Nothing like to feel bad. It's just that, yes, Mac is actually created for development purpose. So that's the reason it's pretty good. But even Ubuntu will work fine. Only on Windows, you will face trouble. Windows, you need to even download WinUtils. And then you have to set up using the WinUtils to make the environment like a SDFS. And that's pretty time taking.
Okay.
I'm still facing same issue, Shivang.
Which issue?
It says input pattern HDFS :/quickstart.cloudera 8020 user Cloudera. It's taking the path again and again.
I just made you co-host. Can you share the screen now?
Okay, 1 second. I can't share.
Sorry, I have to click yes. Okay, now you should be able to.
No. Host disable participant screen sharing.
Is it? Okay.
Let me try without user thing. I'll just say Surbi asterisk.
Can you try to just do an sc.txt file on purplecow.txt itself once? See if that is working for you.
It didn't work that time also.
I'm pretty sure you're doing some mistake. That's the reason I wanted to see your screen, but you're not able to. Let me check with Lakshmi why she can't enable for everyone.
I think that will be good, right? We can sort out these issues quickly.
It will just, if I see your screen, I can make out immediately.
The problem is we cannot copy paste across VMs and the local system. So I had to send the drive link to my Gmail and then open Gmail in this VM. A lot of chakkar in this.
Surbi, we can change the settings in the VM. So you can copy paste them.
Right. I was looking for that. Where is it? Applications.
No, not there. In the VM. Initially, when you open the virtual box, right? Oracle VM, there you can do in general settings, general, advanced. Then there are two options, make both bidirectional.
Okay.
Now it's not working. Once you can shut down the system and then only it's going to work.
No, it will work. I did it today only. I didn't restart the thing.
I just talked with Lakshmi. She will enable the share for everyone. Yeah. Meanwhile, what you were saying? Yeah. Subi, you were saying something, right? I actually went on a call with her.
Okay. Yeah, so I was actually saying that we are not able to copy paste across VMs and the local system. So Aditi is suggesting that there is some setting. So I'll check with her later.
Yeah, there's a setting. You can just go for your VM. I can show you right away. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, others are doing this. Okay, so you can see my screen, right? So you can just go to settings. Okay, From your settings, you can come to advanced. You can also do this, drag and drop, select it from host to guest, share clipboard, make it bidirectional.
Okay.
Even you can make this also bidirectional, but I've just done it like that, and this will work. You can start copying pasting. So this way your things will become faster. Okay, guys who have written this code, can you share with me now? Okay, Aditi have written that. Perfect. So what's the size coming out, Aditi, now for you? When you did the count, what's the size?
I'll paste it.
No, I can't see. Okay, now it can. Okay, it's 5,39,000. Okay, that's huge. So guys, you can look at the code.
When I saw, right,
Mhm.
that sorry, Shivank, CSS, there are a lot of CSS in the log.
Yes. So you can see the code of Aditi. I can just copy paste here for all of you. Sorry, not this one. So what you are basically going to do here, like you can define it like this. You can say here a dot contains with this part, and then you also need basically one more component from it, right? So you can say or, and then you can say l dot contains, and you can define dot css as well. Okay, so this way you will be able to get all of your data along with this. I'm not doing that. I will keep it only jpg with myself, but for your exercise keep it even the other one, which is going to be your css file. Now let's come to the second part. The second question, what is asked by the client is, they are interested to find out that how many unique devices are getting used to send these image files. Okay, how many unique devices, like for example, maybe from my phone, I am sending maybe 3 MMS, right? So in that case, there will be 3 data points for me in that log file. But what I'm interested to find out is that I want to get the unique number of devices with me in this case, which basically should tell me that, okay, let's say there are 1,000 devices which are sending MMS. Okay, so that is what I want to figure out in this case. Clear everyone on the question part? Now, can you all try that? Look at your data again and see which will make sense. Okay, sharing of screen is enabled now. So in case if you want to do that, You can just show me now. Um, Manju, no. Let's not even think about flat map for now. But even this is not a good way. No. Come up with a better solution.
I'm not able to copy from the chat.
You're not able to. But I didn't send anything on chat.
Okay.
Still
Yeah.
can't screen share.
She just told me she could do it. What is the error?
And
Host disable participant screen sharing.
I think then this will only work after we restart or something.
Mm, No, that is not the case actually. She just has to.
Should we just check once?
Okay.
So Shivang, for this problem,
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing like in data, it always start from some address like 3.94.78.5, something like that. So I'm assuming that is from those address we can identify the distinct users. I mean, filtering on those that.
Perfect. You are exactly hitting the nail. But now can you tell me how? So let me just reiterate what just Karthik said. He's exactly right. If you look at every row in this data set, the first element, which is the IP address, defines the unique device, right? So if I'm sending the message 3 times, all the 3 times my IP address is going to be same from this particular device. Now, in this particular case, so definitely when I'm talking about getting something unique out of it, I am definitely interested here to maybe get across the data set, which is going to be from related to IP address. Now the question is how to take out this IP address. We already have seen in scale a few things yesterday. That is what we have to use now. Yes, Arun?
Does it have regular expressions in Scala?
No reg expression. It's think of it like a list, right? You are creating an array of something, array of string. Don't you think when you are printing this out, look at this part. This log is nothing but the array of something. So can you notice some pattern here? And then can you pull out data which could be only IP address?
so the 3.94.78.5 is IP address.
Correct. This is IP address, right? So
Yes.
I want to pull out IP address from all the lines.
Yes.
So Shivank, I'm thinking a little bit like what we used to do in Python. Use a delimiter which can be like this 15th September date is starting, right? So with the open bracket, so what will we doing is we split this each line splitting. So in the zeroth index of the list, we will be having the IP address and rest of all the rest thing in one index. So maybe something like that.
Um, you're right. You're right, I would say. So what Karthik said is that we can think about using a delimiter here. It sounds like a good idea. Now that delimiter, can you all see that it could be a space here? Right? Do we
Yeah,
have a
we
space?
could take space and hyphen as well.
No, hyphen is not required. Hyphen, if you think it's only one hyphen in the whole data set. Now, but if you look at this, what's going to happen if I split it? Now, let me show you. I need all of your attention. So, Karthik, I've already come close to this answer. Now, what I will say is, let's say I'm going to say I need all the IPs. I will say IP. I'm going to run it on my JPG, which we have just created above. JPG.map. And I'm going to say, let's say line, arrow, line, dot. Now, what I'm interested in, I'm going to split it. So I'm going to say split. I'm going to split it with respect to space. Right? Maybe I can say I am only interested with respect to space. Let's close it and see what's going to be the output first with it. So if I say IP dot take 3, let's see what's going to be the output. Look at this one. So what I did here was I created an array of array now. So every line got splitted into an array format. So earlier, if you look at the data, here it was array only because I had all the spaces here like this, then space and so on. But now what happened? It became like this IP address, comma, this, comma, this, comma, all this, right? So I got basically all these things now are comma separated. But if you notice now what just have happened, if you look at this is overall my one whole record, right? This array. This is my one whole record. Then after that, this is my another whole record, which will be somewhere ending with array. Yeah, here. This is my another whole record. And if you look at this, can you see that IP address is sitting at the 0th index of every array? If I treat it like a list, we yesterday learned, right? How to take out the list indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So
Yes.
can you all notice that the IP address is sitting at the 0th location? Perfect. Now in this case, in the same command itself, remember the syntax I explained to you yesterday to take out the indexes in list in scalar? I told you that we don't use square bracket, we use this curve brackets. So that is, I can also pass it after the splitting, which means I'm only interested in the 0th index out of it. Now let's execute it. Now if I do an IP dot take, let's say 10, look at this output. Can you see? I fetched all the IP address from it just by using this syntax. Everyone clear on this part?
Yes.
Now, since I needed all the unique IP now, there is a function called as distinct. This distinct will create another RDD for me, which will have only distinct IP. And then after that, can I do a dot count? Agreed, everyone? I can do a dot count. Yes. So this
Yes.
way, I can go ahead and basically get my IP address and give the result back to them. Before I solve the third problem, I want to give you one another thing related to the same thing what we have done so that you get this both this practice all together. What I want now is in my data set, if you look back, there are one more item. Remember, I told you there's a customer ID also. What I want now is I want the output to be like IP, comma, customer ID on JPG logs. Okay, this will give you the practice of whatever I've shown you here. Plus, you have to do some more activity for it. So I want something like this. So like right now I'm getting the only this, right? So instead of this, I should have got here 217 dot something something, comma, maybe the customer ID. My customer ID was this 4712 for this one, right? So similarly here also, if I look at this 3617, I want to create like this. Let's see how I will do that. Okay, do this one. Anyway, last one I already did, so do this one.
And this will be a list of 2 items.
Think of it like a key value. right? So your output right now, if you look at your output, right, it's just coming as IP address, comma, another IP address. Now I want IP address, comma, customer ID, comma, again IP address, comma, customer ID, comma, like this. Got this, Aditi? How I want?
Yeah, I got this part. I was asking about the data type of the IP address and ID. Should those two together be another list? Or it should be like a string, comma, separated string?
Yes, it could be a string, just the way how it is now.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Subi, have you done it? Meanwhile, everybody keep completing on this. Subi, you've still
I just restarted Spark Shell. It started working. Same
started.
command.
Okay. So your Spark,
Yeah.
probably your Spark got corrupted.
I don't know. I was just constantly getting that error even for command shell prompts, like for values, the list values which I was passing. Even for that, I was getting multiple errors, but now it's working fine. But I just ran the first command, Shivank. I got only 12K records for the jpg.count.
Maybe
Is
because
that right?
no, it should be 65, but could be possible that since you're working on the cloud, right, not have uploaded all the 182 files, which is okay.
Yeah, I'm actually fine. I'm just able to run something. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, just see when you do a dot take, let's say do a take 10, just notice that in all the lines, are you getting the dot .jpg or not?
Okay.
Just verify that. So your file format which you're sending should have .jpg only. It should not have anything else. Like for example here, right? You can see this line, this one. You can see this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
This is just .jpg. So it should not have any other extension for you. And then after, since it's working for you, can you quickly complete the remaining things like getting the IP address? And then you have to also do the IP address, comma, customer ID.
Yeah, on it.
Whoever completes this code, please send it privately to me this time. Don't send it to everyone. So in the chat box, you can find me only. Just send it to me. And I hope, Manju, you got now the problem, though you have still thought in the right direction, but the challenge was you have to still kind of split it up and all that. That's the reason I said that probably this is not accepted.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, no problem, Videsh. Okay, so should we have sent me a code? Surbi, this is the log data. Okay, you're sending me to verify. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't see JPG here.
Again, there is some problem there. Disconnect from your Spark shell. Go again. Load the whole file and
Let me, okay. Let me
just
send
see
you
if you're
the
giving.
code.
Yeah, this is the command. Just make sure that you're writing the right command. I just opened the command in front of you, made it blue color.
Okay, okay, okay. It's the same thing, right? Contains.
Yeah. Something got weird in your system. That's it.
Okay, I pasted from the scalar command prompt itself. Let me.
Shivang, can you check, will this code work?
Pretty good. Yeah, awesome. You did a good job, Karthik.
Shivang, there are total 45 files only, right?
No, there are 182 files. But if you have uploaded 45 also, it's fine. Go ahead with that.
Okay.
Whoever is doing it, just keep sending. Only Karthik have yet completed it. Karthik, if you want, you have earned a break of 5 minutes, as it will at least take 5 more minutes for people to finish.
Thank you.
Okay, there is one response from Aditi. No, this is not a good way to do Aditi at all. Again, do some more work on it. But I'm happy with giving a right thought. Means I would still not say it's wrong. No, wait. Yeah, why are you using take one in fact?
I just did it for one just to see the response.
Just
But the
remove-
remain,
Yeah,
I
I
think
thought
I
you that's why I rejected it.
no, I just was, I didn't want to get confused looking at all the things. I think only half of it got pasted. Let me paste the full command.
Sure. Yeah, otherwise it's right. In fact, it's optimal also.
Shivang, for me, I filter out the data successfully, okay? But count is not working there. It's showing some kind of Java runtime error. I'm using PySpark, not Scala.
Are you using count and then 2 brackets?
Yes.
Then what's the error you're getting?
Java.util.concurrent create full executable something error.
That is a weird error.
Unicode object has no attribute contains.
Okay, I got it. Actually, in Python, you don't have a contains function. I think there's a different function for that. Can you just Google that? Equivalent function of scalar contains in Python.
Okay. Yeah, let me check.
There is a different function for it for sure. It's not coming on top of my mind in Python, but the name is different.
I sent it, Shivang.
Okay, let me. Okay, first of all, Aditi, for your, it's correct. In fact, this is a good way to do it. First would be, okay, you have just read your data, data log, data contains. Yeah, I can see now Ronin underscore s4.jpg in your data should be. Okay, it is correct only. It's just that you have
Yeah,
uploaded.
but the count is different this time.
So that's okay. Remember you told me you have only 42 files. So you have not uploaded all the files. There are total 180 files. So if you're not uploaded all the files, it's okay. Anyway, this is just for your practice.
Yeah, so the count is different on the same number of files which I ran earlier before disconnecting. You remember it was 12,000 something, and this time I got 22,011.
Yeah, so forget about the last time. Last time even you were not seeing .jpg also.
Okay.
This time since .jpg is showing up, I'm assuming this is correct.
Okay.
Can you go and just quickly work on the second part? And also Aditi, you have won the 2-3 minutes break. If you want, you can have a water and come back. Done everyone. Last 2-3 minutes quickly completed.
Don't know how it is looking.
Okay, that's also fine, Ramna. Last 1 minute. Let me show you now. Few people have given the right answer. I will show you a little non-optimal answer for now. Few people have already given me the optimal answer in fact, but later we will fix this non-optimal thing as well. So in this case, what I will do, I have to say val, maybe create, this time I want even user ID, right? So let's say user is equal to, I'm going to create it on top of my JPG. So JPG was the one I will be working on. I will say map. Now, what is the first thing I will do? Let me create a variable line. Now I want it like a key value pair, right? So I will say, let me close all these things inside it. So whatever activity I will do inside this brackets now. So what I will do now, I will say, hey, go ahead and split it with respect to what? The space again. So I will be splitting this part first. Now, once I split it, I want which index? 0th index. Because if you look at it, 0th index is my IP address, right? The 0th index is my IP address. Now, what is my second index? This one. Is it index number 1 or index number 2? Customer ID. Is it index number 1 or index number 2? 2, right? Because there's a dash also in middle. So what I should do now, I should say comma. I am done with the first one. I will again say line dot split. And this time, sorry, I need for space. And now I will say I want this to be split with respect to 2. Now this is the command which will help me to split down these records. Now if I say user dot take, maybe I will say 5 to quickly see these records. You can see this output coming up. I got my IP address and I got my customer ID from it. Even if I would have wanted it in a little better printing way, I could have also done it. I could have said for each print 11. So sorry. So you can see now everything will show up in a better way. That's it. Now, can you tell me why I said it's a non-optimal way, except RAM and Aditi? Why I said that it's a non-optimal way? Everything.
Which one? This split one, huh?
Yeah, this one. Why it's a non-optimal command?
Because we are splitting it again for every like for every word we are splitting the whole line. First instance we are splitting and we are getting 0th index. Second time we are splitting, getting second index.
Correct. So if you look at this, we are doing the split 2 times. We could have done it only once. I will show you in some time how to do it. But we could have done this whole thing just once and would have been fine with that. Everyone clear with this now? Any question on this? Okay. We are still not done with our case study. Keep your lab open. Now what we will do, we will learn some activities through the book and we will again come back and you will be doing these activities. Okay. I will basically whatever I will explain you in form of concept. I will after some time will say, hey, can you go back now to this case study and do this? So that is what your problems will keep on popping up for you. So let me come back to the book. So we have already understood now till all this point that how this whole thing works. Now, ignore this whole text file because in Spark 2.x now this is no more required. That's the reason I'm not talking about it. Look at this part. This is going to be interesting. Now, instead, let me show you this in form of execution. That will make more sense. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm again going to work on my purple.txt. Let me see if it is available here or not. Purple.txt. Okay, it's not there. Let me create it quickly. I have never seen a purple cow. That's it. Let me only put this much. I don't need more than this. Sorry. Let me again get connected to my Spark shell. Let's get connected. Okay. Now what I will do here, I will say sc.text file, and let me use this file called as purplecow.txt. Once I have this file, let me use a map in this. I will say map, and now I can define my data. Let's say I'm going to say a to a dot split with respect to space. Okay. Let's say I hit this much, and let's say I execute and say dot collect. Sorry. What I did, oh, I think I missed out to put one more bracket. I should have done it here itself. Okay, look at this, what just happened. When I hit this as a map, what just happened is I got this result as I got a map, I did a split, and basically it have created an array of array for me. So earlier this data was I have never seen a purple cow, right? Now what it did is it basically put down all these things into one array separated by comma. And then after that, you can see the second one. I never hope to see one. This is my second line, which was there. It also got splitted by a comma. This is the map portion. If you look at it, it has still created two elements in the output. When I use the map, I got from two lines, two different output lines as well, because one output line was this and second output line was this, right? This is what happened in the map. Now what I will do, I will change this thing to now just a flat map. So I will say flat. Now M should be capital. I've just changed it to flat map. Now let's see what's going to be the output. Look at this output now. First of all, notice it's no more an array of array. It is now a complete one single array line for me. Now what is happening in this case? We are basically, what we are doing in this case is we are basically just splitting down everything separately. So I became one separate, have became one separate, never became one separate, and so on. So this is what gonna happen when we will be applying the flat map instead of map in this case. First of all, everyone clear with this part? Map.
Shivam,
Yeah.
is this flat map something that's with respect to Scala, or do we have the same functionality for PySpark as well?
Same thing, exactly same thing. You have even for
Okay.
Python. In fact, let me show you. I think I somewhere I down screened my book, right? Yeah, here. Can you see here? I exactly executed the same thing, right? Can you see this is the Python code with flat map? It's just that I am
Yes.
using distinct also, but it's also. That's the reason I'm in this book. I'm showing you both so that it's more
Okay.
easier to catch up that. Okay, everyone clear with this part? How this flat map is working? Any other question? Perfect. Let's go to the one more function. This is something you will execute for me. So here, what I'm doing, let's say I have two different RDDs. Okay, one RDD is this, second RDD is this. Now, what I want to do is, let's say I want to do a zip. Zip basically means when I say RDD1, zip RDD2, what it will do, it will take the first element of RDD1, first element of RDD2, and will make it like a key value pair. You can say Chicago, San Francisco. Then after that, first element of RDD1, which is Boston, second elements of RDD2, which is Boston, it will make it as a key value pair. Same thing for Paris, Amsterdam, and so on. Now, one important thing to keep in mind, both the RDDs should have equal number of elements. Otherwise, you would have get an error. Okay. To perform zip, if there are 10 elements in RDD1, there should be exactly 10 elements in RDD2. Okay. That's one thing to keep in mind. So now in this case, if I would have done RDD1 subtract RDD2, now what's going to happen is, so look at this part. In this case, let's say if I talk about Chicago, you cannot see Chicago in RDD2, right? So I'm getting this output. Let's look at Boston. Boston is there in both. So I will not print it out. Okay, I am subtracting it. So whatever is not there in RDD1 to RDD2, then only print it out. Similarly, we will look at Paris. Paris, as you can see, not there in RDD2. I will print it. Similarly, in San Francisco, you can see San Francisco is there in RDD2, so I will not print it. Tokyo is not there in RDD2, so I will print it. In Union, as you know, Union will have all the elements, right? So that is what Union will do for you. So you can see San Francisco is showing up 2 times for the same reason. Now what I want is, can you all go ahead and quickly create 2 RDDs, creating your list. Do a zip command on that. That's it. Not subtract and union because that's pretty simple. Do a zip command, but there is a catch. I want you to create RDDs with 2 different sizes. Maybe in RDD1 place 10 elements, in RDD2 place let's say only 5 elements. Then try to do a zip. Tell me what's happening.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
In Union, the names which are present in both the files are repeated.
Yeah.
Yes. So
there
there
are
is
2
something sort of union all or.
So basically here it will be having both of them. If you want to remove, you can use dot distinct after that.
Okay. Okay.
Shivank, you want what happens when we do a zip when there are unequal elements? Okay. I finished it.
Yeah. So if you're getting an error, then what's the error? If it's working fine, then tell me what's happening to the extra elements.
So I'll
Shivank,
just ping you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Aditi?
I'll just ping you, Shivank, and I think someone else called out.
Okay.
Shivank, can we expect all the functions of Python in PySpark here? Like we have the.
Pardon, I did not get it.
Can we expect all the functions of Python in PySpark?
You mean to say in the same book which I'm showing you up?
No. Here we are using zip. Okay, but when we have an uneven list both, so we have zip long list also function. So
Long
does
list,
that can we
okay.
use? Can we use here?
You can, but I want you to use zip because the exercise is the zip to see what's going to happen.
Okay.
That's interesting, Aditi. Just hold on for that. I will come to it.
Yes, I am getting error.
What is the error?
Error is
And send me the code also along with the error.
an error can only zip RDDs with same number of elements in each partition.
Mm-hmm. Can you
Yes.
ping the error message along with the code?
Okay.
Also send your RDDs how you have created as well.
Shivang, it's showing error that can only zip RDDs with same number of elements in each partition.
Okay. These codes you can send it to everyone, guys, if you want to. Aditi, now can you go back and fix it?
Yeah, okay.
You can see the error messages, right? I tell you what's the problem actually. That's the reason I said it's interesting. Uh, Either you have after zip, you have not done anything. You have just done a transformation. Hit an action also. Unless and until you will hit an action, how you will see the error? The last one is from Manju. Manju, you got an error, right?
Shivang, my lab session is not working and even I have not installed VM. Just I'm trying with some other I'm trying with Ishwar's credential.
Okay.
Shivank, actually, I'm getting different response, like no error. Suppose I have given 4 elements in first list and 3 in second. So what it is doing is uh, it left out the fourth element and zipped on 3 elements only.
Then there is something wrong you did. I can even send you all the commands which I got from, let's say, Ramnath itself. Look at this one. Is from the chat copy paste don't work? It's not working for me.
Paste is working. Copy is not working.
Paste is working, copy is not working. Okay. That's fine. Ramnath, can you send it to everyone? The last one.
Okay. Whatever I sent to you, same.
Last 1 or 2 minutes, guys. And anyway, Ramnath is just sending his code to everyone. Just look at that.
Again, I have to copy command by command now.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, because yes, I yes. Okay, I will do it.
Meanwhile, people are anyway doing it, so they can just send it slowly.
So Shivang, I have sent the code which I have written.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, same thing I'm saying, like it is zipping first three elements and leaving out the last one.
I got it why it's happening. It's again due to the versioning issue also. I got it. So basically the older versions yet it used to work. Now they have removed it. That's the reason few people it's going up and few people it's not. I completely forgot that. In the older versions they had this and then people started complaining on this part that it's not supposed to work and then it was fixed. Okay, if you're getting that, it's okay. It's just because of your versioning portion. But I hope everybody is able to execute the zip command by now and able to see this. Now I have a question for you. If I talk about my older project where I was bringing this IP comma customer ID, tell me whether I can do the same thing with zip or not. Should I have done it using zip or not?
Yes,
No. They said no.
you can.
Yes, do it technically, but it will not be optimal, right? Because in zip you would have taken out this IP separately, customer ID separately, and then you would have zipped them, right? Can you see a problem? It's like you're bringing it two times first of all split. I have already told my last code was also non-optimal, right? So you're here also you're splitting two times and then you're zipping it. So it's better to use that map itself to get this results. Clear everyone on this part? Though technically you can do it, there's no problem with that. Okay, any question on this till this point from anyone? Okay, now let me go to another concept. Yes. Now this is going to be critical and important. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you some of the use cases which I have come across in my industrial experience. Okay, so when I say I came across from my industrial experience, what I mean by that, it's basically going to be something like I will be showing up. I was given some data, and in the start of the project itself, I have to convert them to a pair identity. Pair identity means key value pair, which we have just done. So I want to show you some different types of data formats what I have got and how the solution for them kind of going to look like. Now, definitely the first problem is pretty simple, just to show you up. Remaining 2-3 problems after that which will come up will be little tricky to solve, which you will be also solving it. So let's say I got the data like this. I got user 001 slash tab, which is the delimiter tab. Then I have a thread, then I have a space, and then I have a Flintstone. Basically, what I'm doing here is I have a user ID and I've got two different delimiters in this one. Right, one is a tab and one is a space. And I want the output like this. I want like the key should become everything before tab, and after that, whatever is there should become my value. This seems to be pretty simple to solve, right? In this case, what I could have done, I would have loaded this file. I could have done the split with respect to tab, which seems okay. And once I split it with respect to tab, then this becomes my 0th element and this becomes my first element. And you can see I did the same. I took a variable and I said fields of 0, fields of 1, and I got the output. Seems pretty decent and simple one. Now let's solve a little tricky one. Not very tough, but in fact, let's ignore this one. Let me give you, this is actually, okay, let's solve this. This is also fine. So what I want in this case is, this was actually a problem which came up from a courier company. Okay, so they wanted to do some activity later, but for starting, let me explain you what is the problem. So they have some file where they have the data, something like, this was the postal code. Okay, so I've changed few things here just to show you. This is the postal code, and this was latitude, this was longitude. Okay, this was all sitting in their file as a space separated. Now, what basically we have to do in this case, we have to convert it to the key value pair like this. So what we want is, I want the postal code to become my key, and this portion, I want it to become like a combined value. Latitude, comma longitude, I want to become a combined value. Can you quickly go ahead and create a data file like this? No need to put the same number. You can put 43 space minus 71 like this. Don't put dot and all that. Just to keep it simple. Create a file, just have 3-4 records. Don't put many, just create 3-4 records. And can you go ahead and give me this result in this manner? I'm giving you 5 minutes to do this. Quickly perform this part.
We can just use the old web.logs only, some other index value.
Okay, I'm okay with that also. You can use any old data also. It's completely okay. Whoever is done, keep sending me a code. Last 2 minutes. Okay, Aditi came up with a nice response. Very good. Okay, guys, I need your attention now. Look at this answer. If you're not able to complete, it's completely fine. You can see this part. I give you 5 minutes for this. Look at this part, how we will proceed with this. You can see here, it's actually pretty simple. If you think about it, what we have to do here, right? We are first going to split it with respect to tab or space, whatever the delimiter is, that is all okay. Then after that, take a basically variable. And once you have done this, once you've already anyway splitted it down, you can just define it like this, field 0, which will come here, comma. After that, I need this bracket, right? You can see here also I'm using a bracket. Now after that, fields 1, which is my latitude, I placed it here. Fields 2, which is my sorry, this was longitude, this is latitude. I will place this 2 here as well and done with it, right? Now notice one thing here. Remember in my project, I have made this non-optimal thing there because I was doing the split 2 times. I told you I will fix it later. Can you see the solution here? I can do the split once, and after that, I can just use this indexes wherever I want. Instead of calling the split again and again, I just call the split once before the statement. And once I'm done, I can just simply call it or refer it by the indexes itself. This is the optimal way. So in the project itself, we can go back and fix it later, but this is the way you can solve this. Everyone clear on this also? Now,
Yes, Shivam.
now this is little tricky. I'm not expecting you to give me the perfect answer for it, but I still need some answer on this. To start with, let me explain you what is the problem statement. This actually came from a store. And in this store, the problem was they have basically this SKU as stock units. Think of it like an order. This is like a transaction ID. Okay, let's say 001, 002, you have a transaction ID. And these were like stock units. So like stock in this transaction, I have this stock unit, colon, this stock unit, colon, this stock unit. Okay, this was the thing in it. You can see there are 2 delimiters here. One is this, one is colon. Now what I want is I want to get this output in this format. So I want 001, the first stock unit should come as a value. Then again 001, I want again the second one as the value format. 001, again the third one, I want it as a key value pair. Then 002, same way. Then 003, same way. So I want to convert this file to this format. How you will go about it? I'm again giving you maybe 4 minutes this time. I don't want you to execute this code. I want you to come up with a thought, how you will go about it. That's it. You have 4 minutes.
We'll need to.
Mhm.
Okay. We'll need
What?
2 maps actually. First, we need to split by space, and then we need to split, then take the value at first index and split it by colons, and take the value at first index after splitting by colon.
Okay, that's okay. You gave up with the right thought, but how I will bring it in this way then?
Save. Actually, I think we need to save it as a variable. I'll try to do it.
Yeah, you can do that. If anybody want to execute also, just create a small demo file and you can try that. I will anyway show you the solution after 3 minutes only, but think about it. Anyone else who want to give some response on it? Okay, Karthik came up with something.
Yeah, Shivang, check please. I mean, I'm using like chaining method if this works.
I'm
I'm
happy
not
you
sure.
gave. Yeah. I'm not expecting anyone to give me the right answer for it. It require a new API, but I just want to see a thought. So right now it's wrong.
Okay.
If anybody come close to that thought also, I will say, okay, perfect, great. Because right now it will give me this, right? 001, comma, then again a bracket, and then it will give me like SKU 010, comma, SKU 933, right? Karthik? Something like that. So that's where the problem will happen. And you're taking zeroth index, so it will only take the SKU 010, SKU 912. What about others?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So guys, I want everyone to pay attention. Let me just show you quickly how it works because I know it is little complicated, but it's fine. I just wanted to see the thought process here. Let's go one by one. Let's see the first step. If I would have just used a map, it would have bring it like this and would have not worked for me well, right? This would be a problem in this case. Now let's see what I can do further. So, okay, fine. Let's load the file. First step. Second step, split it with respect to tab. It will convert it to this manner. Seems okay. Make sure that you convert it to a key value pair. I made it field 0, fields 1. Till this step, I believe everyone should be okay, right? This is pretty much fine and similar steps what we are well aware of. Now let's see this thing, what I'm doing. Don't you think on this value component, because once I have got to this stage, on my value component, I need to perform something like a flat map. Definitely exactly flat map will not work, but I need something like flat map. This was the answer what I was looking for. I'm not expecting you to give me the exact answer here, but after I got this, I need to do sort of a flat map with respect to the key. So is there any API which can help me to do that in a form of pair RDD? Yes. That is what is called as flat map values. So we want to do a flat map sort of thing, split it into different lines. But what I will do, I will say flat map values. And when I'm using the flat map value, I'm using the splitter as this colon. Why? Because this colon is what is going to split me out directly in this way. Clear, everyone? How this is working? You can see it's a smart approach. What I was just expecting the answer from you guys was, can you just think about flat map? That yes, here I need something like a flat map. Clear, everyone, on this part also? Perfect. Now, so basically with this, let's have a break now. I know it became a pretty long session because of yesterday, but now I'm happy I came up with a track with respect to what I was expecting till today. And we are still running back behind by half an hour, which we will be covered by evening. So I'm pretty happy that whatever I planned for today, we will be able to finish it most likely by end of the day. And we will again come back to the same pace. Uh, in the second half, maybe I will give you another 5-minute break because in the first half, I didn't give that. So maybe I will give you a 5-minute break so that you feel all okay. And basically you should not feel too much stress. I know otherwise 2.5 hours becomes pretty huge, especially when you are writing a lot of code today. So which is good. Let's connect at 2 p.m. then. Okay.
Sure, Shivang.
Yeah. So be back by 2 p.m. Exactly on time, guys, everyone. And I will give you a break of 5 minutes in middle also. Okay.
Okay, Shivank.
Okay, is everyone back now? I can see 10 people are missing. Meanwhile, if anyone have any questions, they can ask me. I've shared my screen. Let's give 2 more minutes maybe to the folks to join, and then we will start. Okay, we still have lesser people, but let's start. Okay, so what next? So what I want to do now is I would like to do a word count program, just like how we have seen in the MapReduce side as well. So let me create a file first quickly so that we can see a word count code here. So let me come out of this. Maybe I can create a file, let's say word.txt, and inside that, let me put down some words like uh, hello, um, this is hello, uh, this is hello, hello. So if you look at this file, this have almost 4 times hello. So I need a result type hello comma 4. Similarly, you can see this is occurring 3 times. So I should get an output this comma 3 and so on. So this is the output I want in Apache Spark for all the words which are present inside it. Let's get connected to it. I will again go here and say spark hyphen shell. So this is my Spark shell. Also notice one more thing. I will quickly come to this later. There is a Spark UI also, which I will show you maybe in some time. Let me just copy this link because I will be requiring it up. And maybe let me open a new terminal and somewhere just keep it pasted so that we don't forget it. Okay. Let's start working on our Spark shell now. So what I want to do as a first thing, let's read this data. I would say num is equal to sc.text file, and let me just read this word.txt. I can just quickly check it also whether this got created or not. Perfect, it looks good. Now here, the first thing would be, I have to bring all these words separately. What should I do then? What's your thought? Should I be doing some particular
We can do split.
split? So we should start doing a split here, but what split?
Split with space.
Split space, okay. Anybody else who can also add to this? In fact, let me do that. So you guys can correct me if I'm doing something wrong. So I'm going to say line, arrow line, dot split.
You missed a bracket.
Yeah, sorry. Line, arrow, line, dot split. And I want to split with respect to space. Okay, fine. If I do like this, what's going to happen? So let me say dot collect. Okay, let's see this output also. This seems to be the output. Okay, I wanted now, remember the mapper? I want like hello comma one, this comma one. How can I do that now? What should I do now? Don't you think I got stuck on this case?
After split, we have to give count.
Count. I need hello comma one, this comma one, is comma one, like this. Just like how we discussed in MapReduce program. So what should I do? How can I do this now? So after the splitting, what should I do to make it hello comma one, this comma one, is comma one, hello comma one, this comma one, and so on.
We need to add the indexes.
Indexes.
Or count, like for example, hello, comma one. For that, we need to map that value with one.
Oh, that's what I should do.
Sorry, Shivank.
In the chat. In fact, whoever is having some thought for it, can you write down the code? Means I need a code after this line, not before that. No need to copy this code. Can you tell me what's your plan after this? Let's say you split this. What's your next plan? Thing guys, we have already learned this. There's nothing new which we are kind of learning right now. So there's no new API. Everything will be same APIs. I'm giving you 2 minutes to give a thought around it. If you get some thought, write the code after this line. Main thing what I want is I want hello comma one, this comma one, and so on. Means for every character, means sorry, every word, I want to append comma one for it. Any thought?
Since we just want comma 1, we can just probably do another map and then have hello comma 1 for now. Like,
So you're saying that I should say one more map, and what should I do then? Let's say this dot what, or maybe a arrow a, what I should do now?
plus and in string comma then plus 1.
No, that will be wrong. Now notice guys, one mistake we all were doing. See what we have to get here, right? Think about it. We need something like hello comma 1, this comma 1, is comma 1, maybe one more hello comma 1, and so on, right? Now the challenge we were facing was that these are all sitting in a array of array right now, right? If you look at it, it's sitting into an array of array format. So how we distribute it, right? That's what is happening right now. If you look at this, basically this output, it's right now array of array, right? Because in this array, I have first statement, first line, second line, and so on. Now this is a challenge. What to do with this? We have already learned. How about if this is not an array of array, but instead this is now and just a simple one single dimension array? Don't you think flat map can help me do that? What I mean to say is, so let's say I converted this now to flat map. Flat map. Okay. Now in this case, if I do a flat map, and now if I, let's say in the same line, I could have made a collect. If I do a collect, don't you think this is better now if I want to convert it to my key value pair? Agree everyone? Now I just need to append comma 1 in front of each. Earlier it was difficult because I had array of array, but now I split it. So now if I wanted to add it here, I could have simply said map, and here I could have just created a variable, let's say Arun, arrow, Arun, comma 1. Agreed everyone? If I do a dot collect also for it, this will return me what? You can see this now, right? Hello comma 1, this comma 1 is what we are going to get. Everyone clear on this part? How we reach to this step?
Yeah, sure.
Right? So we have to think about flat map in this case. Now what? Once I got this, how I should be proceeding to get the next response. Now, in order to handle this, there is something called as, so what I'm right now in a situation like this. I have a comma 1, b comma 1, a comma 1, a comma 1, b comma 1, a comma 1. Let's say I want to add this. Okay. Now, it looks like I should be getting the output like this. I should be having the output like final output should be a comma 1, 2, 3, 4, right? A comma 4, and I should be getting b comma 2. How I will be getting that? In Apache Spark, there is a function for it. Now, if you look at this, how we did this, we found out the common keys. Like for all A's, I should be getting the common key is A. And for that, I want to do some operation on this value, right? Now, this operation can happen only on 2 records at a time, which have the common key. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say, hey, I got a common key A. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, hey, it's going to be A comma. Now take up their values, which is 1, 1. Add them up. 1 plus 1. So I should be getting A comma 2 from this. Okay, from these two values. Now somehow, again, I will take 2 terms from here, and the common key is again this. So now with these two, I will do this operation again. Now my input here still remains as what? A is my common key, comma. Now I will be taking up this, which is 2. I will be taking up this, which is 1, 2 plus 1. So it should return me A comma 3 from it. Right? Now, same way, there is one more A left out. Let's do these two options now. Now, what is going to be the case? I'm going to take again two tuples and I'm going to do this operation key is common. I'm going to say 3 plus 1. Now, this is going to return me A comma 4. Same thing will happen with B also. Is there a way I can do that? Yes. We have something called as reduce by key, which will help us in achieving this. So how it will work? Reduce by key. Now what it will do here? Let's look at the syntax. So what we are doing here, we are reduce by key already states that I'm only going to do operations on 2 records at a time with a common key. So common key is already A. I'm not worried about that at all. Right? Now what I am worried about? I'm worried about these two values, right? One value coming from here, one value coming from here. Same way, one value coming from here, one value coming from here. So I need to create two variables this time. I'm going to say, let's say V1, comma V2. Okay. So this time two variables. Key is anyway same. So key, I'm not going to change it at all. I'm only interested in value. So I have two values right now. What is the operation I'm going to do on these two values? I'm adding them up. I'm saying V1 plus V2, V1 plus V2, right? V1 plus V2. So what I'm going to say, V1 plus V2. This operation is going to add up for all your keys in the same way. First it will finish for A, then it will finish for B, then it will finish for C or whatever is there. It will finish for all of that and will return you the result for it. First of all, everyone clear with this part?
We can use group by also, right, Shivank here?
How you will use group by here? Because if you use group by, the challenge would be, it's a pair identity number one. Okay. I will just quickly come to group by key also within just next 10-15 minutes. But in group by key, the challenge would be how you will aggregate the results. That will be a challenge here. It's not a SQL. Remember that. I will come to group by key very soon. You will see the difference there. Group by key will just bring all your values together. So here, reduce by key helps me to do that. Now, let me show this or put this in the form of code. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just gonna remove this dot collect here. I'm gonna say reduce by key. And now what I want is, I'm gonna take two variables. It could be any variables. Let's say V1, V2. And now here you can say V1 plus V2 because these were the operations what you were performing on it. Dot collect. Let's see this output. Can you see here? This occurring whatever number of times is occurring number of times too. Hello occurring 4 times and so on. Right? This is the result which was expected as well. So this is the way you can do a word count as well. First of all, everyone clear on this part of the code? Okay. Now you may ask me, what's a shortcut in this case, right? If I have to do the shortcut, though I would not recommend you to use shortcuts here, because generally in the pair identity, if you do that, there are high chances of doing mistakes. So first shortcut could have been, I could have done underscore plus underscore. Okay, this is one thing. This becomes your first shortcut. Second shortcut could have been, in this case also, because I'm just saying comma this one, I could have, sorry, I could have done it like map bracket close underscore comma 1. That's it. This will also work. Okay, but don't use these shortcuts. Again, I would not recommend that. These shortcuts are sometimes risky, and in case if you don't have the expertise, it's not a good idea to use them. But yes, just to show you that yes, the shortcuts of underscore are still feasible here. Now, first of all, everyone clear what we have done? Okay, fine. Now let me come back to our case study we were solving. What you have to do now, actually the company is interested to find out who are maybe the top starting 100 customers who are sending the MMS. Okay. So let's say I know I have a customer ID 001. Okay. Maybe this guy is sending the maximum MMS, which could be, let's say 500. Okay. Maybe there's a customer ID 008. This guy is sending, let's say 450, like this. I basically want same way 100 records. Maybe to the top 100 customers, I have created a package and I want to send it to them. I would like to send it to them because I can see this will be beneficial for them. I can market mine them. So that is what my first question is. Now forget about this sorting in descending order for now. What I want to start on this is, before we even reach to this stage, don't you think for every customer ID, I need to do a count how many SMS he have sent, MMS he have sent in fact, which is your JSON RDD. Can you all do that now as the first step? So what you have to do is, for your customer ID, so let's say your first customer ID is 001, it should tell me that how many it has, let's say 500. Then 002, maybe this has sent, let's say maybe 40 only, right? Then 003, maybe this person is sending, let's say 60, some number. Can you print first of all this part for all the records? Then we will think about sorting and all that. Is everyone clear on the problem statement, which we have to do on the case study? Okay. I'm showing the screen for you. Yeah.
So sure. So I'm trying to run some commands on Spark Shell. I'm getting an error saying no active Spark context.
Just exit and again relog in. Again, the Spark is.
That sounds like a bad thing. Morning I exited and tried to log in and it did not let me log in.
Yeah. Also, if still do not work in your cloud era, then go to your cloud lab to see basically in your lab if it started working. If anyone have any question on this case study part, please ask me. So you have to do the same. The code is in front of you. It's just that now you are doing it in a right place, which is going to be the same thing. You have to apply the concept in your case study now. Whoever is done, just send me a code which you have written down for it. I want to see your code. And for this exercise, you have the whole code in front of you. You just have to go and pick out the customer ID first. That's the first step you have to do. And once you get the customer ID, just like how we have done it for IP address, same thing you have to do for customer ID. And then after that, apply the word count on that. So for this exercise, you have 5 minutes to do it. As the code is already in front of you. If you need any help, ask me. Anyone who completed it? Or if you are struggling for anything, please let me know. Okay, last 2 minutes, complete this one.
Shivang, I have sent you in the personal message.
Okay. Anyway, for this one, you need not just send me anything because the code is same. Just write done. If you are able to see the count for every user ID, just write done. And guys, all of you have to do it because there will be further activities in a similar way. So we will keep learning some concepts and we will keep applying on the case study. Okay, have you guys completed it now? Okay. Okay, I'm just going to show you a few more things, guys. Then, if you have not done it, I will again give you one more activity soon. You can try to complete it at that time. It's a simple same command you have to write. If you're facing any trouble, please do ask me, guys. Don't just keep sitting idle or get stuck on the same thing. Look at this part. If I have a key value pair, I can also apply something like sort by key. I can say sort by key, ascending is equal to false, which is a descending order. You can see what just happened. My key, which is like 0004, becomes my highest value, then 003, then 002, and so on, right? Now, corresponding to that, I got my values also. Somebody was saying group by key. Now see this part, how group by key works here in this case. Here it's different than your SQL. In this case, what it do is it just brings down all the value together. You can see here, group by key is going to bring for the 002 all the values together. 001 for all the values together in this manner. This is how it will do. Now, there is a small thing here. Right now, you have got your output something like this. You have got, let's say, customer ID 001. Let's say he have done 500. Maybe you have customer ID 003. Let's say he's shared 50. Maybe then you have customer ID 002. He have shared, let's say, 450, right? Like this. Now, what you want in the output, let's say I have only 3 in this example. Then what I want in my output, I want to return that, okay, my output should be like this: 001, 500, 002, 450. I am only interested in the top 2 in this case, which means what? I am interested in sorting out on the values. Now, we just learned about something called as sort by key. Sort by key. Now, sort by key will help you to do that, but the problem is this sorting is required on the value component, not on the key component. So what we should do in this case? How I get to this stage? Everyone understood the problem, right? What's the problem? Though we know the API, we know that this API is there for us, but still I am stuck because I require it on the value part. What should I do?
Reverse the tuple.
Perfect. So what I can do is, how about I reverse it? I say 500, 001, 50, 003, 450, 002. How I can do that? There could be multiple ways. You could have even written it like this: map. Maybe you could have just said that whatever values you have, reverse it, right? So you could have said v1, v2, make it v2, v1, right? Up to you, whatever way you want to. Now, basically you have to reverse this. And once you do a sort by key, once you get the output, let's say you will get like this, right? 500, 001, 450, 002, 50, 003. You can again reverse it back and get the output. So this way, you will be able to even reverse and get your particular output. Everyone clear how you will approach this? Now, I don't want you to do it right away because I still have one more case study where this step will be required here. So maybe I will ask you to do it at that particular point of time. But for this is something you can try to do it as a homework activity as well. Okay, where you have to, because you have to return, let's say, the top 100 customers who are using the multimedia messages. So for those customers, you have to kind of take up all these numbers and should be able to return all these outputs. Any questions till this point from anyone? Everyone clear? Okay. One more thing. How I can perform join? Let's say you have these 2 pair identities. One is this, second is this. So here, if I do a join of these 2 identities, how it will work? It will search for the common key. So let's say you can see this Casablanca is the common key between both of them, and it will combine their values just like group by key. But it's basically going to combine based on that. Similarly, you have Star Wars. You can see that these 2 also will get combined. Any holes and so on. All these values will get combined for you. So this way, you can also perform your join operation. Okay. Now let's come back to case study. Okay. Let's solve a case study. But before I go to the case study, any questions from anyone? Please ask. Because this case study will take some good time. Whatever we have learned, we will apply it. Plus, there could be a good, interesting learning that how exactly we solve this problem in the corporate world. Any questions? Okay. Let me then open that case study for you. So the data set is already uploaded for you guys, which is in your Google Drive. I told you to download it along with the weblogs so that you don't face any problem there. So what I want to do here is Let me. So you have to use this u.data and u.item. Bring up both these data points with you. Let me explain you then. Okay. Let me show you this data. This is a movie data set. Okay. And if you look at this data set, what all things are available for me for now? And we will see that what kind of problems we will be solving across for it. So if you look at this data set, I have this as my movie ID, which is there in u.item. And then after that, I have the movie name, like movie ID 1, movie name, then in which year it's released, then some more details, which is not relevant for us actually. So this is movie ID and movie name. Let's go to u.data. Okay. This is the customer ID, which we have. This is my movie ID, which is there. And this is my rating, basically the rating which is given by that particular user. So like you go on IMDb and rate a movie, right? So this is your rating given. And this is maybe the timestamp at which the rating was given. That's not for basically any purpose for us. First thing first, what I want is, I basically wanted now the top 20 movies. Okay. And I want the result something like my movie, basically whatever the user is there or movie ID is there. I leave it to you to take that call, and comma my movie name. Okay. Or in fact, a better way could be, you could have also given me maybe movie name, comma the user rating. I'm okay with any way you wish to give me the result. But what I'm interested is in the finding the top 20 movies using these two data set for myself. Everyone clear on the problem statement? I will keep doing this along with you also a bit because little tricky. I will keep on asking you to perform some steps one by one. And that's something we will keep exploring that how it's working. Because there will be maybe few new things which will keep coming up here. Like for example, there is something called as case class. I will also explain you what is that. And here the major thing would be, because there are different users, right? Now, one challenge is that we are going to find a average for those movies because different users may be rating the same movie also. So let's say if I talk about right now, there's a Family Man 2, right, which came up. Let's say for I'm a user ID 001, so I can go and rate that. Maybe Arun is user ID 002 for same Family Man season 2. He can go also and rate that. So if I have to find out for the Family Man season ratings around that, then I definitely need to kind of do an average, right? Then only I can say that, okay, for Family Man 2, the average rating is coming out to be this. So you are building an application, something for the IMDb, let's say. In IMDb, we do the same thing, right? And they say that, hey, the top 20 movies, the top 30 movies, like that. How you gonna create that application? So you are building, let's assume that for you, you got the client as IMDb and they gave you this problem, they gave you these two data sets. How you will approach this? First, I want to give you maybe first 10 minutes to think around this problem. Don't rush around to code. Okay, don't rush around to code. Just think over it for a minute, for 10 minutes, I would say. Sit silently, have a pen and paper, assume that this client reaches out to you, you have this problem in front of you, how you will approach it. So even you may not be aware of all the APIs, but it's fine. Are you able to at least able to think around it in terms of seeing that, okay, are you even coming close to your outputs? Okay. So 10 minutes, take a pen and paper. If you do not have it, please bring that, or maybe open a notepad or something. Start writing the rough notes that what would be your step points. Note it down for 10 minutes. If you are done, then send it privately to me that this is the steps which I'm going to perform within these 10 minutes. If you have done it, after 10 minutes, I will open the platform to start talking with me. You can start talking with me. I will still keep on responding to your query, what you will put on the chat box. But then I will start talking with you. And then after that, I will give you step-by-step solution. Means not complete. I will say, hey, how about we should be doing this, right? Can you go and write this code? So that way you will keep on doing along with me those steps. And then I will show you the solution as well, so that you have the complete solution in front of you. And this is the kind of problems you will be getting from your client also. Okay. Though this case study is not that huge, but still you will be getting almost the similar kind of problems. Just telling you this beforehand, when you will be, because I have solved these kind of problems a lot. This may be just one section of the problem, but yes, this kind of questions or something when analysis definitely keeps on coming up. That how we do this average and all the stuff keep coming up. So go ahead. You have 10 minutes now from now and start looking at this. So look at two data files. One is your u.data, second is u.id, and go ahead with that. Any questions? Please keep on asking.
Adia. Hello,
Yes, hi, Survi.
Shivan. I would have probably missed it, but how is the joining key decided when you join two files, two RDDs here?
Movie ID. So if you look at this part, this is a movie ID, right? And here
Yeah.
the is a movie ID. So I can give the first hint to all of you, since we have already asked this question. Forget about join for some time. Your first step should be, with respect to the movie ID, how I can think about averaging all these ratings. That should be a first step. Then after that, you can think about joining and all that. That's pretty simple actually to do that. But first step is how to do sort of an average with respect to the movie ID which is present in the u.data. You still have 5 more minutes, but anyone who is able to come up with any thought how you will proceed with the code, please send me privately over the chat so that I can at least correct you if you're going in the wrong direction. Aditi, no. If you will read the two files and try to merge it, you're basically going to increase the join operation distribution of the data. So try to, from the UDO data itself, if we can basically get the average based on the movie ID, that would be an ideal thing to do. And
Okay.
just think now how you will do that. Think about the first step. We have already seen the word count, right? How to count. Now you have to do the average here with respect to movie ID. Okay, last 1 minute to write the rough notes, and after that, I will open the platform for discussion. That's a good thought, Karthik. Though it could be done in more cleaner way, but that's a good thought. Okay, let's start discussing. Except Karthik, anyone who want to talk about it? In fact, let me start asking questions one by one. Arun, how about you? Arun? Yeah. Arun, any thought on your side?
No, I got distracted with something else. Can you ask someone else?
Okay, let me pull up somebody else then. Gaush, your thought?
Yes, like first we have to read these two RTDs and then have to like join them by using the ID
Mhm.
and then we have to you know uh, get the in like word count we have done like with by ID by using that movie ID we have to count that and need to get the average.
Mhm. Okay, let me ask somebody else to add more to it. Grishma? Yeah, Grishma, if you can hear. Looks like she is not there. Surbhi?
Okay. So what I was thinking is we could join these two RDDs first and then use a group by maybe reduce by key and then dot average of the rating.
There is no function called as average when you're working on distributed systems.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to give you now again few hints how you will proceed with it, and then you guys have to come up with the code with it. Okay, I will again give you the time, but this code you will be writing mostly in the starting. I will give you this code later on, but we will do it step by step. Number one, let's read this u.data file. We can easily do it by using sc.text file, read that across format, which is all good. Now, if you look at this data file, u.data, what is our interesting thing which we need? I need this first index, zeroth index I don't need. I don't need user ID at all. I need this first index and I need this second index because this is my rating, right? These two is what I need for now to start with. So what I will do as a next step, let's only take out my first index and second index. Okay, maybe create a pair IDD out of it to get this output. This looks all good. Now, once you have done that, now second step would be that you need to, when you're basically taking out these steps, then there is a small problem. Let me tell you the problem. This 01 is what? This 01 is your movie ID, comma. This is what your second number item is going to be your rating. Now, if you are thinking of applying this on this rating stuff here, your addition, maybe a reduced by key with some summation, the problem would be it will give you the sum, but how you will deal now with respect to average, right? You need average here. So in order to handle the average, how about you store it in this format? This is what only Karthik came up with. I was really happy to see that, but he came at least close with that. So basically here, what I mean to say is when you store it in this format that you get comma one. Now what's the advantage you will get with this? When you do a reduce by key now think about basically when you have two tuples, let's say this is your movie ID same, this is rating 1 and 1. Then similarly you have movie ID, same movie ID, but this time you have rating 2 comma 1 because for everyone I've appended 1 only, right? So how about when I'm taking the steps on these two tuples, you figure out how you will do that. What I can do is I can add these two, right? I can add these two. This will basically give me what? Let's say I will get something like rating 1 plus rating 2. And here I will get 1 plus 1, which is 2. Now what's the advantage I get? So if you take up some example here, let's say I have a movie ID 3 for which I have one rating as, let's say 3, movie ID 3 for which the rating is, let's say 4, movie ID 3, let's say for this rating is 5, right? If I look at it, the overall rating should come out to be this, right? So the way I can work on it is I should get like 3, which is my movie ID, which is fine. I should be having 3 plus 4 plus 5, right? 3 plus 4 plus 5, basically with this first part. Then I should have similar way 1, sorry, yeah, 1 plus 1 plus 1. So what should I get in this case? I should get 3 comma, which is my movie ID. This will be like what? 712 by 3. Since I will get like this, now don't you think I can get easily my average for movie ID 3? Everyone clear on this part? How I was able to think about getting the average? Clear on this part? No.
Sure.
Yeah, please ask. Somebody was asking question.
No, actually, you can continue.
So this is the step what you have to perform here so that you can basically be able to hit this reduce by key. Once you are able to reach this step, do the average of this divided by this, and you should have now your movie ID and your average. Can you go and reach till this step first? Then I will go and start talking about the second step. Can you all go and start writing the code for this step? Again, I'm giving you 10 minutes for it. Make sure that you write each step very neatly around this. If you have written down all the code, copy paste and send it to me. What you have written down. After that, I will show you this code. I will again give you a hint for the second part then. Then you have to go back and fix the second part. Complete your first part of the code as well along with me then. And once you are done, then we will be complete. So I will show you this whole code, but we will do step by step in 2 phases. So complete this first step. I have already told you now the logic. If you need any syntax help, please ask me. Okay. For syntax help, I'm sitting. I'm not expecting that you will be able to complete everything in 10 minutes because I know it's a little big. But at the same time, at least I want you to reach close to this. And whoever complete, send me the code.
Shivang, we use sc.text file. Now, what should we use for this that file?
Same thing. Even for this u.data file also, you can say sc.text file only. It will read. That's what thou share to think. I will help you anyway in few minutes, but you still have 5 minutes to see how you will think about reducing this part. But the first step Okay, so how many of you have written this down? Have you come across challenges while doing this? I'm expecting you should have. If not, then there's a problem actually. So for doing this, let me come back here. Um, let me just come out of this just to see which folder I am in. Hmm. Let me just quickly go inside the folder where I have this data file. Okay, I got my data file. Let me just quickly go inside it. Spark shell. Guys, I need all of your attention now. I will just show you the code now because for doing the second part also you need to have the first code available. So make sure that you understand this well. I've already written down this code actually while you were also doing this so that I can quickly show you. sc.text file. I can just read data. This part was simple, so I'm not explaining this. Oh, sorry. Let's quickly check whether a data came or not. Okay, that's good. Now the first step, we have to make sure that we convert this to a appropriate RDD format. Now, how we will go about it as a first step. So what I will say I want to create maybe movie ratings. And what I want to do with this movie ratings, I will say my first part, which is my ratings dot. I would like to stretch out my movie ID, which is my this part, first one. And then I also want my ratings also across with that. Now with this, how we will approach this up? We will say, let's say X. Now here, I need to split this first, right? So let me write still the non-optimal code, which is fine. I think I have a tab as delimited here. Okay, should be fine. If something goes wrong, I will fix it. I need the first entry from it. Now, one thing to keep in mind, this is like an integer, right? That movie ID, if you think about it, it's an integer. So maybe let's make sure that we convert it to an integer so that it looks fine. That's the first step. Now, what's the second step? I need to put something with rating comma 1, right? That's what I want. So I will say x dot split. Again, let me use the tab character here. So sorry, that will be like this. So I'm again going to use the tab character here. I'm going to define this. Then further to that, I will say I need my second record from that. Now my second record is being given. Now remember, it's a rating. It could be 3.04, right? And since we will do rating divided by some number, which is a count, it is going to be sort of a float value, right? So better to make it float just to ensure that we don't end up with any mathematical issues. Again, keep all these things in mind while doing the mathematical operations, guys. Now, I don't know how many I have to close here. Okay, I think 3. Okay, let me quickly check and then I will open it up for your questions on this command. Ratings dot take 5. So movie ratings dot take 5. Let's see. Perfect. This seems to be good now, right? So I got my movie ID, comma with the bracket. Basically, I have rating comma 1 being allocated. Any question on this command first? In fact, how many of you have converted it appropriately to the data types also? What?
I didn't convert to data type, and I reduce by I applied the reduce by map, and instead I got string. So now I am doing it.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Now, let's see.
Shivank, I have one question. So when
Yes.
we do the splitting, right, we split based on tab or space, whatever, and then we give the index value 0, 1, 2. So in this case, I see that you have taken 1 and then again splitting on the tab, and then you took 2, second index. If we do it at once, I was getting the first column itself was getting splitted 196.
You might have done something wrong, Supreet. That's not feasible, right? If you think about
Yeah.
it, you might have done some mistake. Can you
So
maybe relook at it? Maybe once we will finish this, maybe send me the code, we can look at that.
yeah,
Okay.
so I just wanted to understand why are we doing this split twice? If you can explain that quickly once.
So you can do it once only. You can do it once. I told you, right? I just took it in a non-optimal way. You
Okay.
could do it like this. So it
Understood.
really does. Now, anyone else having any question on this command? Okay. Now I think a lot of you have this problem. How I should do my reduce by count. And that's where your yesterday's scalar knowledge will play a role. So now what I will do, I will say, let's call this as rating RDD because I'm going to have now this rating across with it. In fact, I should be calling it as maybe, okay, let's call it as rating. That should be fine. Now what I will do with this, I will say movie ratings, which I have just got it from here. I will say dot reduce by key, right? Now in this reduce by key, how the things will flow. We are well aware that I have two tuples, fine. But how my two tuples looks like? Let's go back and see this. My tuples look like this, 242 comma something, right? So let's go back and write it down here. I will have something like 242 comma some rating, which is let's say 3.0. Sorry, I should not have closed it. 3.0 comma 1, right? Let's say there is another tuple also, which is 242 comma, maybe this is 4.0 comma 1. Now your reduce by key works on two elements at a time. We are well aware of it. Perfect. So how we will go about it? So when I said reduce by key, I wrote this a shortcut. Okay, reduce by key, and I said x comma y. So what just happened? This is my x and this is my y. Now you need to start thinking how you will be doing this. See, first of all, what you want to do here, you wanted basically in this case, I want this record and this record to be added first. Now, how I reach to this record? Remember yesterday we talked about tuple. This is a tuple. Now, what we discussed was in tuple, if I have to access this element, I told you, let's say I have a tuple A, which have the value, let's say 2, 3. And if I want to access this, I told you I will say A dot underscore 1. Remember, I told you don't start with underscore 0. It start with underscore 1, right? If I have to access maybe 3, then I will say A dot underscore 2. Remember that? Now, same logic will apply here. We will say here X dot underscore 1. This will give me 3.0 plus. I want for Y also the same way, Y dot underscore 1. First part. Okay. Now, what about second part? Second part would be in the same way. I will say basically x dot underscore 2, so that I will get 1 plus y dot underscore 2. That's it. This is going to be my reduce by key. So the knowledge of yesterday's scalar will be required here. Gaush and all of you who were not able to do this reduce by key, now you are clear on this part?
Yes, sure.
I always suggest do not just only keep thinking about the coding. Always write down your tuples. When you're doing this sort of reduce by key, group by key sort of operation, and when it becomes complex, write it down. And then with an example, try to see what's the value should come. Then it will be more easier. Once you become experienced, then you can very quickly write all this. But at least in the starting, I would suggest you to write down an example and then come up with this expression. Then it makes your life a lot simpler. So now let's hit this here. I will say here x dot underscore 1 plus y dot underscore 1 comma. Now I will say x dot underscore 2 plus y dot underscore 2. Okay. So this is going to be my 2 steps process, which we have just done it. And let's close this. We are done with this part. Now I got to what? Rating dot take. Let me just quickly see if we have done everything correctly till now. Looks all good, right? So for 454 movie ID, I have total count as 46, and then I have total count basically as 16. And sorry, count total sum of the rating is 46, and total count as 16. Like 16 times this might have occurred. That's the reason I got like this. Any question till this step from anyone? Clear, everyone? Perfect. Now, okay, just one thing, guys. I forgot to give you a break. I know it's a little hectic for you guys for doing this. The next command for average is I have to explain you basically something about the case classes in Scala. So let's do one thing. Let me give you a break of 5 minutes now. And once we are back, I will give you an explanation of how we will do the average on it in a better way. And then come back fresh. Just have a 5 minute, have a sip of water, whatever you want to do. Come back in next 5 minutes, and then I will go ahead with the average and will explain you further things to it. Okay. So be back in next 5 minutes, then guys. And during the break time, if somebody have questions, you can keep posting on a chat box. I will help you with that. Okay, everyone back now? Sure. So let's start. Now, one important thing here is when you got this output, you have to now perform some operation on it, right? You have to say 454, then comma, you have to say 46.0 divided by 16, like this. Now, the problem is we can do that by using again the same tuple method, like some variable name dot underscore one. But I want to show you an easy way how you can do with scalar. The way to do that is use the case class. How the case class help? Let me show you what exactly is the way your case class is going to help you out here. So let's say I'm gonna say val. Now I need the average, right? So this is going to be my average. And what I'm going to do in this case right now, I will be taking my ratings, which I've created above rating. And what I want to do is I want to do this operation on my values portion. So for this, there is an API called as map value. So if I would have used that this thing underscore one underscore two thing, then map was fine. But here I want to do it on values for the common key across. So how I will go about for that. Now in this case in map values, I will place the case. Now I will tell you what you're gonna do. So case, after that, what you write. So let's say you said map values. So basically now we are only talking about this component, this component. Now for this, I want to give some name to them so that my calculations become simple. So using case, you can assign a schema to it. So what I can do, I can give it a name. Let's say I give 46.0 name as sum. Okay. Maybe I can give 16 as count. Same thing will happen for the rest of the records also. So what I can say is, I can say sum comma count. Now, how this becomes helpful now? Now I don't need to sort of do all that complex thing here. I can simply say, uh, I can simply use the name across with it. So I can, since I'm doing this average, so I can say 1.0 multiplied by sum divided by count. Now this is much more cleaner code, and at the same time, it is basically this is more kind of easy to debug if something goes wrong as well. So this is more easier to write. That's the reason we sort of prefer this way in writing in Scala, and this is Scala specific. You don't have anything like that in Python. Okay, so you can define a name like that, use the map values, and again you could have still gone with your old method also. Nobody is stopping you from that, but it's just that this is a better approach. That's the reason we are done in this manner. If I do again average of this, let's see what's going to be the output. You can see it's coming out quite good now. I'm getting basically the movie ID, and I'm also getting across my average rating for all this. Any question till this point from anyone? Everyone clear with this part? Now, second step is what you have to now think and let me know. Uh, what should I do? I cannot give you the time now more because we have less time. I have one more topic to finish after this. So what I want now is that can you tell me that what should be the next step? Let's open this right away for the discussion. So let's say we got this. Now what should be my next step?
You should order it ascending false.
Okay, but we also need the movie name, right? In IMDb, do they give you the movie ID or they give you the movie name? Movie name, right?
The name, yes.
I have movie name right now with me, so I should do something else first.
Why don't we do the descending top, uh, take only the top what we want, and then
No, that's okay. You're saying that we can first do a filter and then can think of, okay, that's the nice approach. Nice thought around it. Anything else?
So movie name is in different files. So probably we have to like join on the use these movie IDs to files.
Okay, that's also a nice thought. Um, but what should be my steps for it? Okay, let me also keep doing it along with this part, that how we will approach this problem. So yes, you guys are right. We could have first done a sorting and then go with that. I just want to show you the step. Maybe later on you can go ahead and fix it on your own as well. So I'm going to do now. So keep this name in mind. Average is something we will be using it later. So just keep this name in your mind. So what I will do now, I will be using the val first thing. And now what I will be doing with this, I will be first reading maybe the another file. So let's call it as info. Let's use the shorter names of it. I have this movie info, which I'm going to create it by sc.text file. Read this file at least first. So I can read this file name as u.item. Now I got, sorry, I'm again and again doing the same mistake. F should be capital. This is case sensitive. Now, let me just quickly check if I got my data or not. Perfect. So I got this data. Now, what is the next step? Next step would be, I need basically this movie ID, which is my 0th entry, and my movie name. I'm not interested in anything else, right? It's these two things are enough for me to go ahead with that. So what I will do now, I will say val. I'm going to create now a pair. Let's call it as pair. And here I'm going to just say info.map. And with this, I will be defining my values. Let's say x this, x dot. And yeah, one more thing I think should be, you did a mistake of using flat map. I forgot to just told you that. Yeah, use the flat map, use a map, then only it will work. Okay, so coming back to this, in this data set, let me just quickly see what's the delimiter was. Okay, the delimiter is semicolon. Okay, delimiter is semicolon. I have to use that. So for this part, I will be using the delimiter, which is going to be my semicolon. Let's close this. And I want my 0th entry. Again, let's convert it to integer. Again, I can do x dot split. So here I will be saying 1 dot to string, because movie name should be in a string format. That's the reason I'm going to say I need it in my string format. Let's quickly see if I got my data well. Perfect. So I got my movie ID and this one. Now I need to basically do a join. Join on what? If you look at this, this is my first part, which is my pair. And above, I have basically this average, right? So let's see the average also here. Average dot take 4. Now here you can see that I have also the movie ID, comma this. So what should I do? I perform a join. Yeah, some people have rightly pointed out this is not going to be optimal. First have sorted this up, only take up maybe the 100 initial records and then I've done a join. That would have been optimal. That I want to leave you as a homework to do that. So I'm intentionally not going to take that up for now. So I'm doing the non-optimal approach. I've done 2 non-optimal things. One is I'm doing the join immediately now without basically reducing the data set size. And secondly, basically I have used split multiple times. You could have done split once and could have used it. Yes, Manju, you were asking something? Manju? No question? Okay. Now, so that's something you have to keep in mind. In fact, I can do it right away also. That's not a big deal. So here I could have, since I want the top 10 movies, I could have said top average is equal to, I can, or maybe let's go ahead with this one. Let me leave this as a homework, otherwise you will have nothing to do. Okay, val join RDD is equal to, you can just perform the join on these two. So you can say average dot join, and you want to do join with what? Pair. So you will get this. Now you can also see this join RDD dot take 10. You can see this records. Any question till this step? This seems to be pretty simple. Any question till this step?
The
Yeah.
ID on which we are joining should be the first value of the tuple while joining.
While joining, what should I do?
I'm saying that for pair and average, the first value of the tuple, it will join on the first value.
Yes. So are you seeing any problem in this?
No. So we have to make sure that both the tuples are having first value on which we want to join.
Both the tuples should have the, yeah, that's for sure. But at the same time, it will just ignore it wherever you don't. In fact, this data set is created in such a way, it have all the cleaning component being done. So that's the reason everything will match up. There will be no issue with that. Okay.
So
So this
Shivang, so we don't have to explicitly mention the joining ID or something.
that's what we just learned, right? That since your join is happening on key value here, what it do is it looks at the common key and based on that it is joining. Because if you look at this, right, this average and this pair both have the movie ID as the common thing, right? So let's say for 54, it will also have the average rating for it and it will also have the name for it. That's what Ram is talking about, right? That what if I don't have it? So I have to ensure that both the RDD should have that. But like I said, this data set is a clean data set. And then
Okay, sure.
is already a publicly available data set from IMDb. I've picked up the same one. This is how they use Apache Spark only to show you all these movies and all that. Okay. Everyone clear till this step? Now tell me what we should do after this. Now this should be pretty simple. What should I do after this?
Need to do.
We need to do sort, but before what do you think I need to create maybe the key value where properly? In fact, let me open the code now for you guys. I should have it written somewhere. Okay, I got it. Okay, you can see it here also. I've already written this code down for you guys. It's just that here the variable names and all will be different because I wrote it yesterday. Look at this one. So what we're doing in each step here, you can see these steps are all same, just that the name are different because I just wrote it in front of you and this is here. So we did a join here. Now this, if you look at this output of this joined RDD, what I got a movie ID, comma, then I got in the double bracket, I got rating, comma, a movie name, right? So if I have to do basically this sort by key also, don't you think first I need to bring it in the right format? I need to bring it basically in the format of, okay, I should have maybe the movie ID, the rating, comma, the name of the movie, right? Because movie ID, I can now ignore it, right? Because I got the name which I wanted. So that's the reason what I did was I did a map and from the second one, now again, it's a tuple, right? So what I'm doing from it, I'm going to the x dot underscore 2. Basically, x dot underscore 2 means I'm going to the second value. And once I reach the second value, the first record from it, which is going to be my your movie ID or whatever. Right? Oh, sorry, rating of this, and then the name for it. Then you can do basically all this part, do a sort by key. Once you get the sort by key, you will have a sorted record. Now you can do a take 20 because you wanted just the top 20 values out of it. So that's the way you will be completing this up. What I want now all of you to do is look at this code for a minute. I'm giving you the time. Maybe you can spend some 5-10 minutes on it. Look at the code, see whether everything is making sense to you or not. In fact, let me upload this code for you. It will be better so that you can download it at your end. Go to your Apache Spark folder. And in the Apache Spark folder, I have created something called as movies.scalar file. Can you all go that? I can give you the link here if you want. There is a file called as movies.scalar. Download it. I gave you this file so that if you want, you can even copy paste and execute it in the next 5-10 minutes. But do it quickly. I have one more topic to finish and that will need at least 20 minutes or so. So if you can finish that, otherwise we are running exactly on time now. All of you have got that file? Okay. It's open in front of you also. And either you can read it from here directly, or you can just go ahead and download that file. If this is little smaller for you, then you can download and read it from there. Anything is fine. So spend some another 6-7 minutes on it, read that, and then we will move to our next concept.
Hello, Shivam.
Today your audio is not very clean. I'm not sure why. Whenever you're speaking, I have to like really put my ears into it.
I think there is issue with my headset. Now is it fine?
Yeah, it's better, but today it's not very clear like it used to come. So maybe for tomorrow class, if we can fix this up, that would be really good.
Yeah, sure. I will listen to that. Actually, when I was trying to, create different RTDs, I'm getting this error. Like, so for example, when you have created the new RTD, it is coming like as array, float, and int, right? When I'm creating a single one, like say for example, from starting text file to up to the last map values, I'm not getting any error. In between, when I'm like splitting the RTDs, I'm getting some error. Is it because of versioning or what?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Now you can just try the way I have just shown you. Just see if that works for you. It will surely
Yeah.
work. It's a very generic I've written for you guys.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, Ram?
In Python, is there any equivalent of case?
No. There's nothing for the case. This is a special thing in your scalar. It's not there
So
even
we
in
have to,
Java.
yes, so we have to do slicing and all.
Correct.
So Shivank, in this case, we wanted only the top 5. So we could do the union after, like filtering out. But what about in the case of IMDb and all? They will first do the join, and then when you apply the filter, that's when the filter gets applied, right?
Yeah, they actually do the joining beforehand because they don't just stop at top 20. They internally also do a lot of other computations on that. Like for example, they say that, okay, what about the movies which falls in 1000 to 2000? Then within that 1000 to 2000, they also see that which category is dominating. Is the comedy movies dominating? Is it basically the sci-fi movies dominating and all that? So they do a lot of data analysis on that. So for them, it's okay if they do the join because they want all the records and then they wanted to do all this analysis based on these segments also. And the reason I know all this is because I have worked as a consultant once with them. So there were few problems which I've solved it for them.
I lost you. I'm sorry. I have unstable internet.
Okay, I can again repeat, not a problem. So what I was saying was that IMDb, they also do a lot of other activities on it. They just don't stop here. They need the data after sorting for everything. For example, they say that the movie which falls between 500 to 1000 rank. Uh, Basically, in that case, how many are the comedy movies? How many are the sci-fi movie in that? So they create categories and also play with that so that they can also kind of maybe some analysis internally what they would like to do around it. So that's the reason they do, for them, it makes sense to do the joining beforehand and then do the sorting because they need all the data for further analysis.
Okay. Do they store this in Elasticsearch or somewhere so that when you query, when you type in, then they give it from the Elasticsearch?
That ELK part, like using Kibana and all, then you can have all the logs being pushed and then you can publish it on the BI dashboard. So yes, they use ELK and all. Because it's a huge data, right? Think about IMDb scale, it's super huge.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They would need to have it somewhere segregated, like you told.
Yes. Though they can still, like ELK is not mandatory, though they use it, that's the reason I said yes. But you can still handle it in a lot different ways. Remember Hive partitioning we have discussed? Do you think
Yes.
that could have? So there could be a lot of different big database also we could have handled it.
Okay.
Any other question from anyone before I go to the next step? Maybe take another 2-3 minutes, and then we will talk about one more topic. I know it's lengthy class today, but just bear up with me for a few more minutes, and after that we will be done. So I just want to finish one more topic, and after that we are exactly on time. So whatever time we have lost yesterday, it's exactly we have matched up on the topic side at least. Okay. Anyone have any questions which you want me to take up before I go ahead with the next section? No? Okay. I'm not going to show you the code running right now. This may come either tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But I want to show you in Python and Scala how we write the code into Eclipse or maybe in IntelliJ, maybe in some platform where I may be using, let's say, Maven or so on to execute them up, which I will show you later how we can basically do that practically. Most likely that will be tomorrow. Now, first thing first, if you're writing a Python code, then you need to create the Spark context, right? Because when you went inside your Spark shell, you have the Spark context available for you. But when you're writing your code, let's say Python code or a Scala code, then in that case, this is not available for you. So what you should be doing? First thing first, you will be importing your Spark context. That's the first thing. Then further to that, this is a simple code just to kind of ensure that when you are in basically when you will be executing this code, you will also give your file name on which you want to do, let's say, word count. This is a word count problem. So now for that, you are checking that, okay, whether you have given that file name or not. In case you have not given the input file name, then throw an error. Now, what is this doing? This is basically just creating a Spark context for me. You can see in Python, it's so simple. I will show you in Scala also. So I will show you both the codes. Now, this is basically going to be for your Spark context. And further to that, you can see this is all code which is present for your word count. And this is your sc.stop, which means once you are done with your Spark context thing, go ahead and stop it. So that's the last thing which you have to also perform here. Now, let's see the same thing in your Scala, how we go about it. If you look at your Scala code also, it looks almost similar. We will be importing my Spark context. Now, within that, what I'm going to do, again, the same thing. In case by chance, if I have not given by executing this code, I will show you the execution code, not by practical, but I will show you right away that how the execution also looks like. So in the argument, when you will execute, I should have basically the file name. If not, it should throw me an error. And you can see here, again, I can create this Spark context in this manner. Okay. So this is my Spark context. And in the end, I can stop my Spark context also, which is all good. Everyone okay with that first part? How we write the code? I think yesterday somebody was asking this question and I said, tomorrow at least I will give you a glimpse of it, how it looks like. And then on Monday or something, it will come as the execution. Now, let's look at the, okay, this is just an explanation which I have given for this. Look at this part, how we execute this code. So further to this, you will be creating a jar file. Once you have written your code, you will be creating a jar file. How to create that jar file and all, don't worry about it. I will show you all that. I will show you without using Maven, with using Maven, all the steps I will show you. So once you have the jar file ready, in Scala and Java, it looks like this. It will say Spark submit, -n class, word count, so which is your name of your class name, which you have created. Then your jar file, which you have created from that particular file. And then this is the part which is the input file. Remember, I was checking that whether I'm giving the input file or not. This is what exactly this will do for me. So I'm just basically telling you that this is my file name for it. Look at Python. It's so simple. I don't need even jars and all that. I can simply say Spark Summit, give my Python file in the cluster, and just give the input file name. It will start doing and executing for me. Though, just one more thing, Python is little slower in Apache Spark in comparison to Scala and Java because we don't have JVM here. So that's one thing which is there in Python. Keep that in mind. Though from the execution part, it looks quite simple when you're working across with that. Any question till this point from anyone? Okay, perfect. This sounds like your execution part, how you will be executing it. Now, one more thing which I want to show you up. There are multiple modes in which Spark works. Let me show you one by one. Look at this part. Now, Spark can run in two different modes. One is your Yarn client mode. One is your Yarn server mode. I will tell you both of them. Definitely, you can have even other things like they also came up with something called as Mesos. I'm not going into that. But yes, Mesos is just like cluster manager, just like the Yarn. There's no difference with that. Now, what is basically your client mode? In client mode, what happens is if you're running a Spark program, your Spark context will be installed on your own laptop. And from that Spark context, you are basically running and everything from the Yarn perspective is safe. So you're seeing that you're sending it to resource manager, then basically after it will be saving it to the temp location that is not shown here in this diagram. But once it is done, then it will open an application master. The application master will open the containers. Right now, one important thing in Apache Spark, those containers are called as executors. Okay, I will talk more on executors tomorrow. But for now, think about executors just like your containers, which you are getting from it. In this, you will be executing your task. Now, one thing here, so we have just understood about your this part. Now look at this. Once your executor will finish your task, they will directly coordinate with the Spark context. So it will return the result directly to the client. It will not coordinate to application master. Now, what's the disadvantage of this? The disadvantage is in case if the client suddenly shut down its laptop, once you have submitted all this, it shut down its laptop, then you will not be able to get any result. Why? Because it have to coordinate back to you, right? You are going to aggregate the results after that because Spark context is sitting with you. So that's where it may not be helpful. Generally, we do not use generally Yarn client, but it is used mainly in cases when you are running the interactive queries. Like you are hitting some query, you want the quick results back directly. You don't want it to get passed through application master, getting to resource manager. So in that case, it becomes a little faster. So if you're running some interactive queries, then it is good to use Yarn client mode. Now, second thing is, if you can see, even maybe some other client can also come in with a Spark context and can run in the same way. You can see this is the same thing which I've just explained here. Now, again, once the task will be over, they will also coordinate with this Spark context. Now, what is your Yarn cluster mode? In Yarn cluster mode, your Spark context will sit in your cluster itself, and rest of the steps will be the same. If you think about your cloud lab, which you're running right now, so right now when you open your cloud, and let's say when you submit your Spark submit command, or when you are even saying Spark-shell, so your Spark is not installed on your browser. What you're doing from that browser, which is your console open, you are sending the request to the cloud machine of basically the whichever company is dealing with it. And from there, once it is done, you are getting back the result. So this is exactly your cluster mode. So this is running in your cluster mode where you don't have anything is related to Spark. You are just sending some instructions. It is going to the cloud, which is where your whole cluster is set up, and you're getting back the results. So this is, in this case, if you're running a batch query, and let's say even if I shut down my laptop, still I can come back and see my results. So let's say I can, from the cloud, I can go and run a map reduce code right away. It may end up taking time. I have given the command that, okay, go and save the final output to this SDFS directory. It will come back and return me that. So there will be no issue with this. So that is more preferred in case if you are not running your interactive queries. So because in this case, you can shut down your laptop, submit your jobs, and be done with that. So that's basically one advantage what you get. because here all the executors will be returning their output to the Spark context. Okay. Everyone clear on this part, first of all? Okay. Now let's see in terms of command, how it will come. So when you will say Spark submit -- master local, what do you mean by local? Local is a standalone, means I don't want to use yarn tester, and I want to use basically some resource manager which is given by Apache Spark system, which is very basic. Never use it in production, but you should know about it. For maybe your development time, it is okay. So if you say local 3, it means you want to use 3 cores. If you say local strict, it means whatever number of cores are available, give it to me. Okay. So here I said local 3, it means give me 3 cores. That's what this means. Now, in case if you want to run the same thing using different yarns, so you can always say -- master and give the yarn cluster or yarn client, and it will also execute it for you. Everyone clear with this part? Though I will show you this practical later, but at least at the theoretical end, you should be clear how this things works, how you will be working actually in your production system on this. So here also you can see, even when you connect with your Spark shell also, then also you can define all this. You can say, hey, I want to run it like with a yarn, or I want to run it basically whatever way, right? If you're mesos set up, then you can say mesos also. Right now we are not set it up, but you can define it up as well. Everyone clear on this topic, which I explained you? Any question on this part from anyone?
What about in the production then?
In production, we don't use Spark shell, right? We will be writing our Eclipse code, and that's what I just explained you here, right? So here, what
Yes.
you will have your jar file, and you will run it using master, telling it that, oh, I want to run it in a cluster mode, yarn cluster mode.
Got it now.
Any other question on this? Okay, I'm stopping here now because whatever we had to finish over this weekend, we have completed that. Any questions from anyone you want to ask now? I'm opening it for anything, for any discussion, irrespective of today's class. No? Okay. Then in that case, we are done. Let's connect again tomorrow at our regular time, 7:30. And we will be continuing on some more thing like RDD persistence, how we do caching, and then we will be moving to Spark SQL. There will be one more case study which I will bring up tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow one case study, some Spark SQL, and how we do this persistence and caching across. So this is it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Shiva.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for bearing up today for a little longer. I know everybody must be tired. You all deserve a break. Have a good break and come back fresh tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.